with us, Luke and Holly, and I welcome you to Hornepayne virtually. And we also have past Councillor John Paroff coming to our council meeting tonight at our request to honor him. So once we get started though, and we're officially into council, if I could ask everyone except council and Eileen to turn off your active camera. And when it comes to the time in the agenda, if you could turn your camera on then, it just helps with our recording process that we put front facing out to the community. So I thank you for that. And how are we making out in the background with our folks getting online?
I think Pete should be getting online really soon. He's having issues with his link. I have to just
no problem.
A different address. Okay.
And I just want to make sure is our chat function disconnected?
I think it's not yet.
Okay. And did we figure out if Ted could actually hear us? Ted, can you hear us?
So it seems that Councillor Sheneman's access is being denied from what I've heard. So we're gonna try to fix that.
Oh, okay. Well, if you can hear me, I apologize that's happening to you, Ted.
Mayor Ford, so Councillor Peter Kistemaker, sorry, will be logging on or calling in really soon, and then we'll have Gail call Ted right after just to try to help him set up, or he might have to call in as well.
Okay.
If we, there might be some issues with his iPad. But if you wanted to go ahead and start.
Okay, we can start. We do have quorum with Councillor Stefanik and Councillor Kistemaker. And we can get through our housekeeping items. Okay, well, let me know when it's recording. Oh, I'm getting a message from Ted. He's saying I have visual, no sound, and it says denied access.
Sorry, Mayor Ford, is it the link that he's denied access to, or his iPad?
I'm asking him now. It must be the iPad because he's got the link, like he's on the link.
Jen said it's the go-to link, but I don't know what to do about that because it's just like a public link.
Okay, so he has no sound. Okay, I'm gonna try, or can Jen call him and walk him through? Because it's probably he has to go in the settings on the go-to meetings to access his microphone and his sound.
Yep, we will get Jen to try to help him troubleshoot through it.
Okay. Okay, if we can get the meeting recorded, we'll get that started. We can go through some housekeeping items. And we will give Councillor Peter Kistemaker and Councillor Ted Sheneman time if they have anything from the past minutes, if we get that far.
We will get the meeting recorded in just a minute, sorry.
No, that's okay. Here we are, council. We've been at this for, 2.5 years now. We're coming out of it and we feel this is probably our most technical difficulties we've had, knock on wood, wherever there's wood in my house here.
This conference will now be recorded.
Okay, council, just so people know, welcome to Hornepayne's council virtually, our council meeting. We are having some technical difficulties getting 2 council members on board. The staff is working with them right now. So to keep on schedule and on time, we are going to proceed through our housekeeping items while we work through those issues. So first thing is to call the meeting to order. If I can get a mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Drago Stefanik, second by Councillor Belinda Kistemaker. Be it resolved that we do call this regular meeting of council to order on Wednesday, November 30th, 2022 at 6:09 p.m. Those in favor? And that is carried. And our Deputy Mayor, Belinda Kistemaker, if you can do our Indigenous land acknowledgement, please.
The Council of the Corporation of the Township of Hornepayne would like to begin by respectfully acknowledging that the land on which we gather here today is the Treaty 9, 1905 to 1906 territory, the traditional lands of Indigenous peoples. As we work towards reconciliation, may we all live with respect on this land and live in peace and friendship with all its diverse peoples.
Thank you. Item number 3 is review and note to any changes to the agenda. We do have an added report for the discussion on item 10.7, discussion CN Rail. So if I can get a mover and a seconder to approve the agenda as amended. Moved by Councillor Belinda Kistemaker, second by Councillor Drago Stefanik. Be it resolved that council does hereby approve the agenda as amended. Those in favor? And that is carried. So disclosure of pecuniary interest and general nature thereof and declaration of conflict of interest. You can of course do that now or at any time such a situation arises through the meeting, councillors. And I don't have any paperwork as of tonight, so we'll continue on. Adoption of the minutes. Our regular meeting of council from November 1st. If I can get a mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Drago Stefanik, second by Councillor Belinda Kistemaker. Be it resolved that the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Hornepayne does hereby adopt the meetings of the regular meeting of council held on Tuesday, November 1st, 2022 as distributed. Any comment or on those minutes? There being none, I put that to a vote. Those in favor? And that is carried, none opposed. And item 6.2 is the adoption of the minutes from the inaugural meeting of council on November 15th, 2022. If I can get a mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Belinda Kistemaker, second by Councillor Drago Stefanik. Be it resolved that the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Hornepayne does hereby adopt the minutes of the inaugural meeting of council held on Tuesday, November 15th, 2022 as distributed. Any comments on those minutes? There being none, I put both those in favor.
Aye.
Thank you for joining us, Councillor Peter Kistemaker. We went through some housekeeping items just as everyone was getting on board. Councillor Sheneman is still having some difficulties in the background. And we will give opportunity if you had any comment that you wanted to make to either of the sets of minutes that we did pass.
No, I'm good with everything. Thank you.
Okay. And how are we doing in the background?
Hi, Mayor Fort. So we have our deputy clerk. Oh, I think that might be Councillor Sheneman. Can you hear us?
Councillor Peter Kistemaker's on the phone.
Oh, okay, sorry. I
Caller
thought
number
that-
1, I believe.
Yeah, our deputy clerk is on the phone with Councillor Sheneman, so they're just trying to sort it out still.
Okay. Okay, well, I'll continue on with the recognition of service. If I can invite outgoing Councillor John Paroff to join us. Hello again, John.
Hello.
First of all, thank you for attending our meeting of council, our first regular meeting for this new council. And I would have preferred to do this in person and shake your hand and do the whole photo opportunity, but we'll have to do that at some other time. And we
Okay.
wanted to express our gratitude as council and staff for the service of your term on council. And we are going to miss you, and we wish you all the best in all your upcoming endeavors. There is a small token of our appreciation at the township office, and we weren't sure how to make those arrangements to do that. And it seemed a bit foolish to show virtually here and go there. So maybe we can arrange in the background a photo op and the opportunity when you pick up the package. And I open the floor for any comments that you may have, John.
Well, thank you very much for inviting me. And I would like to say that I really did enjoy my term there. I do highly recommend, if anybody is interested in it, it's a worthy cause, and it's provides a view of the community that we don't normally see as regular residents. Yeah, so I appreciate it. I appreciated working with everybody on the team. So thank you very much.
Yes, definitely, John. Well said. It does give a whole different perspective. And thank you for your time. And thank you for coming tonight.
Okay, thank you.
Bye,
Have
John.
a good evening. Bye.
Yes. Okay, I don't want to start the discussion until we have all of our council on. And I apologize to GL Richards and Associates for the delay.
Sorry, Mayor Fort, Councillor Sheneman's been sent the call-in number, so he should be calling in really shortly. I hope.
Okay. And both councillors have access, though, to any presentation or anything if that is to happen. They both have screens.
Yes,
Okay, great. Okay, how, do we have a status on where he's at? Just, we do have quite a lengthy agenda this evening.
I just checked and yeah, the deputy clerk said that she sent him the call-in number and the access code, so one of us will try to give him a shout and see what's going on.
Okay. Oh, I see a Ted S has arrived. Ted, are you out there? Can you hear me? I can see your name on the list of people.
Gail is on the phone with Counselor Sheneman right now. I don't think he's having much luck signing on or calling in either, so she's just on the call with him. I think we're going to try to get him to come down here.
Okay, and have it work. Okay, I'm gonna just discuss with our consultants if they have time to wait. If Luke or Holly in the background, are you okay with this delay at J&L Richards and Associates? Thank you for opening up your camera. I apologize for this delay.
No worries, no worries. That's fine. Yeah, we're okay. Take the time that it needs.
Okay, great. We just reduced and we would like them to hear the full report and to be involved in the discussion.
Yep.
So,
absolutely.
Let's head down to Town Hall. I assure you, or you know the size of Hornepayne, it won't take that long. It'll probably be quicker to do that than try and figure out the technical difficulties. Okay.
Yeah, and
Sounds good.
sorry, and I was just going to confirm that Counselor Sheneman is heading down to the office right now.
Okay. Okay. And will he be on camera or on phone?
Okay.
I think you can hear that he'll be joining Counselor Peter Kistemaker downstairs. So it'll be just via phone call.
Okay, so they'll just be on the one phone?
I think so. I'm not sure, but
Okay.
I hopefully two, but we can see if we can try to. It might be just the one. I'll have to
Okay.
confirm.
Okay. I'm concerned because it doesn't, I'm not sure if you're seeing this, Eileen, from your end. I'm hearing it on my end that it doesn't seem like it doesn't mute. Like I hear quite a bit of background noise.
I do hear it. So I'm going to see if we can mute. Yeah,
It's
he's
muted
okay.
right
So
now.
Counselor
Okay.
Kistemaker is muted right now. Yeah.
Perfect. Okay.
And Counselor Sheneman can use his iPad to call in, or his sound off of the iPad.
Okay. I don't know what that meant, but I'm in your trust that you've got it taken care of down there. That's good.
To be completely honest, I'm not sure either, but we're gonna try to figure it out into two different devices and go from there.
Okay.
Poor Gail's running around, so she's helping us figure it out.
Okay, perfect. Well, I'm thinking while we're waiting, I have it to my discretion that we could do some of the correspondence action items and I'll mark them off as done on our agenda. So counselors that are with me, if you want to go to item 10.3, we could talk about the Porcupine Health Unit World AIDS Day. We do this every year. So if I can get a mover and a seconder for that resolution.
I'll move it.
Moved by Peter Kistemaker, second by Drago Stefanik. Be it resolved that the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Hornepayne does hereby agree to support the awareness and education campaign around World AIDS Day, December 1st, 2022, by encouraging and supporting the Porcupine Health Unit's Red Scarf Initiative. Be it further resolved that Council does hereby authorize the Porcupine Health Unit, Hornepayne office, to place red scarves around various poles in the community of Hornepayne to raise awareness to fight the stigma surrounding HIV and build support for the AIDS community. Be it further resolved that any remaining scarves are to be removed by the Porcupine Health Unit by March 31st, 2023. Be it finally resolved that Council does hereby agree to encourage and support World AIDS Day Red Scarf initiatives held by the Porcupine Health Unit annually moving forward. Any discussion on that motion? There being none, I put that to a vote. Those in favor?
Aye.
And that is carried, none opposed.
Mayor Ford, sorry to interrupt, but I just need to mention that Councillor Sheneman has arrived at the office, but we'll have to share Pete's, or sorry, Councillor Kistemaker's iPad.
Okay, so they're sharing downstairs and they've got it worked out.
Yes,
Okay, so we can continue then.
yes.
Okay, so just to note, Councillor Sheneman, that we did do one resolution out of our action items. It was item 10.3 for support of World AIDS Day with the Porcupine Health Unit. This is an ongoing supportive concern for Hornepayne, so I thought we could do some of those resolutions while we were waiting. So we will continue on now. Welcome to the council meeting. everyone. And we do have guests tonight as well, like I had said, and JL Richards and Associates, Luc Jobin, project manager, and senior technologist Holly Sutton are with us. The senior technologist, and Holly Sutton, the intern architect, is with us. If we can, there we go. Did I get your titles right, or I totally matched that up, didn't I?
You got it at the end there.
Okay. Well, I met you in person, Holly. It was nice to meet you, and good job on the meet and greet in the town. I think it was one of the most well attended public consultations we've had. So hats off to you and your team.
Thank you.
It was even on our end, that was
The heartfelt we want to recover from that. We want to see some new stuff. So, okay, well, I'll open the floor. Did you want to present your report, or how would you, or do you have any additions that you'd like to put to your report?
There's no additions to the report that was sent last week to everybody and circulated. I'm not sure if you guys had the chance to go through it, or if how you guys want to proceed. If you want me to go through it, present the information, and then leave it open for questions at the end, or do you guys have a list of questions you want to dive right into right now?
Well, I know I've gone through the report, and I do have a few questions. I think all of council is prepared for questions, but if you just give a high level overarching of the report, you don't have to go line by line. We don't need that at all, just for the sake of any community members that would watch. Okay,
sounds good. So I'll start off by saying thank you very much for inviting us this evening and going through the project. So what we've done is working with the project team. We prepared a project update for the town of Hornepayne that gives us an overview of where we are today with the project, and some key items that we have to discuss, and how we're moving forward into the next phases of the project. So to give everybody a quick overview of where we are with the project, start scrolling through my report here.
Do you want to share your screen?
Okay.
I think, yeah, I can't share my screen for some reason. So
we can get you to share if you'd like that capability. Just hold on 1 second. We can do that.
Okay.
There you are.
Sorry, oh, there.
Share that. Okay, so minimize this. So everybody can see that now?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So this, what we've done is summarize where we are to date. I'll go right into the overview. As you guys all know, the project's broken up into a few different stages. First stage was the programming and scope development. We've been working heavily with the project team. So that's Eileen, Gail, and Stacy, and Dwayne, and developing the scope, the program and the functional program of the spaces, and going through all of what the space is and defining the project. So that portion has been pretty much completed here. I'll just scroll in here. So we've done the kickoff meetings. We've reviewed all the existing documents, studies. We've been to site, met with the project team a few times now on site. The geotechnical and topographic information for the site, we've got that almost all buttoned up. Did receive the geotechnical investigation report, so that's in hand. We're just waiting for the final topo to come in. The energy audit is almost complete. We've been talking with Simco, the the ice plant manufacturer, and they're coming up with some recommendations on the existing systems there. So once we get those, we'll be able to complete all that. The accessibility audit, we've gone through and completed that, and that's also attached as an appendices to this document here for your reference. And then the interview with the project teams, those are all completed. We've done a sustainable design visioning workshop with the project team as well. Prepared the functional program and the project requirements. Those have been all identified and all summarized in this report as well. And with that, we prepared the magnitude of construction costs. And then we've reviewed the functional program with the project team. That's completed. We've proposed building addition renovation as noted in the RFQ. And then we've got the total project budget of the 4.6 million there. So as you can see, we've done a lot of work and finished up stage 1 of the project and moved into stage 2, which is the conceptual design development, which was presented to the community, and everybody had the chance to take a look at there. So based on that, I'm just going to run through a couple of the items here where we are with stage 2. So we've done the development of the 2 different options, conceptual master planning and the floor plans. We've developed this, we haven't started the site servicing strategy yet. That will come once we define which option or how we're proceeding into the conceptual design there. The community engagement session, that was completed, and as it was noted, it was a very well, a very good turnout there. We got some really good feedback, and we've summarized all the comments and feedback that we've received and included it for everybody's files and information as well. And the next one here. So where we are now is we've finalized the conceptual drawings. So we've prepared the 2 options, the conceptual floor plans. That's also attached, and that's based on the 3.6 million construction value of for phase 1. So that's where we're kind of are right now. So we are at this stage here, and for us to be able to proceed into stage 3, which is detailed design, we just need to get a little more direction on from the town of Hornepayne on what preferred option would be considered. So that's an overview of where we are with the project scope. Before I go into a little more of the details, any questions with that? Within reason, as long as we stay within the area for the total project budget.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other questions from council at this time? And I'll go to Councillor Kistemaker and Councillor Sheneman on the phone first.
I'm good so far, Madam Mayor.
Okay.
Can you also, Madam Mayor?
Okay, thank you. Councillor Stefanik or Councillor Belinda Kistemaker? Okay, we're good there. Belinda Kistemaker, any questions? Good, okay. Yeah, you can continue.
Yeah, perfect. So the next portion of the report that we've prepared is just a summary of the functional program. So this is based on a few meetings, I think 3 or 4 meetings that we had with the project team, and defining all the spaces that all the needs and all the wants from the town of Hornepayne. And this is based on the RFQ that was prepared. So we took that, and this is our guideline on what you guys wanted as part of the project. So this was our first crack of the wish list, essentially. So it outlines all the programming, the spaces, and everything that that you guys wanted included in the project. not going to go into too much detail with that because I believe that it has been discussed at the previous council meeting there, but like I mentioned, it follows all the RFQ. And what we did after that is based on this programming, we outlined what the space would be essentially area-wise, what the size of space we'd be looking at, and then what available budget we have to work with. So the next sheet here, what we've done is done a bit of a breakdown so that we understand better the construction budget, so that we can ensure that the design is tailored to meet this construction budget here. So the total project budget is summed up at the bottom. This is the 4.682. This is the allocated budget that the town of Hornepayne has currently for funding for this project. So what we've done is taken that and taken all of the allowances, contingencies, any permits, fees out of that 4.6 to give us a total construction budget. So this 3.6 would be for the construction budget by itself. So this is where we derive the 3.6 from the 4.6. Because the 4.6 included the engineering fees, the geo, the topo. We've included construction contingency, 10% for you guys during construction. And then all the rest, including fit up, furniture, moving costs, we've also allowed an allowance there. So that's where we've come up with the 3.6. So based on that, what we've done, and this once again was reviewed with with council on October 4th, was we prepared a couple of different scenarios. So based on your wants and your needs in that list identified, we were looking at a 9,000 square foot space, which order of magnitude would be looking at 13.4 million. When we looked at the addition only, which was a 9,000 square foot, but no interior renovations, that was around 9 million. So to scale it back, we looked at a reduced addition to fit the project budget, which ended up around the 4,500 square feet. Any questions with those numbers before I move into the next items?
From council, is there any questions? I don't have any at this time. I'm not seeing anything from council. You're okay to carry on.
Perfect, thank you. So during that meeting at town council on October 4th, it was discussed that based on the programming, we don't think that, well, not all the spaces would fit the allocated budget. So we discussed a few priorities, and the priorities were the building addition was going to be priority 1. And out of that building addition, the library and fitness would be the higher priority, and to fit into the addition, fitting within that project budget. And the remainder of the spaces and remainder of the areas would be later looked at through a phased approach. When we further discussed this with the Town of Hornepayne project team, it was further discussed and validated that the priority number 2, which would be a reduced addition, taking focus on the library and the fitness area, as well as some minor upgrades to the interior finishes like the lobby, possibly the curling club, would be what we'd be able to fit within this project budget and what would be the priorities at this time. So with taking that information, we prepared the 2 options that were presented to the town of Hornepayne. So the next portion is just an overview of the conceptual design that everybody's, I think, has gotten pretty familiar with now and have had a chance to take a look at and review. So there's two options. Both options are looking at a phased approach for construction with the main focus for this construction period to fit the allocated funding that we have would be the first phase of the project, phase one. Keep on going. So any questions before I move on to some highlights on the community engagement session?
Any questions at this point from council? I'm not hearing any. Luke, you can carry on.
Okay, perfect. So the last part, based on those two options that were presented, the two options with the phased approach that were presented to the town of Hornepayne, we gathered all the comments in-house and compiled it all into a full summary at the back of the as part of an appendix. I've highlighted some of the comments here, and just wanted to go through a couple of them there with you guys. So the general consensus was that option one was preferred. There were people that did prefer option two, which and the reason they prefer the option two was leaning towards having a possible extension to the fitness area. So these are things that we can possibly look at as a future phase as well, and incorporating that into the option one if that's the preferred option that the town of Hornepayne wants to proceed with. So one of the reoccurring thing was to giving back to the curling club and to do some upgrades to the finishes in that space there. So once again, that's something that can be we can allocate some funds within that project budget to make sure that that does happen. Some painting, some new flooring, stuff like that. It goes a long way. So additional spaces for youth activities or shared spaces within the current design option. So that was a recurring thing. Is space for youth activities. Larger space for the fitness center, larger space for the library, and that's understanding that the spaces that we have shown are based on the 3.6 construction budget. So that's where we got those sizes. We've gone through the exercise to try to fit those spaces with the existing equipment and existing book storage and equipment that you do have to make sure that those spaces will accommodate that. Some of the equipment in the gym may not all fit, but we're doing what we can with the spaces and the budgets. But like I said, we're still refining all of these and making sure that the design at the end does hit all those points there. So another reoccurring item was separate entrance for the flex space and for the fitness center, but those come with some possible it's more just monitoring of the spaces and who's in and who's out and point of contact. So keeping a central main entrance to get to these spaces gives you a little more control in that aspect, but ultimately that's all up to you guys as well. Renovations to the existing washrooms and change rooms, those are things that just like the curling club, we can add a little bit there, some painting, new partitions, new finishes, stuff like that. It won't add too much to the overall budget, but also give you a little bit of a updated space. The new bleachers and change rooms, those are something that we might look at. We can for sure consider something like that for future phases, but we don't think that something like that would fit this current budget. But it's these are all items that the town of Hornepayne, we're looking at you guys to maybe review and provide us a little more guidance on some of these items here, because it would impact some of these items would impact the overall budget, and what we're trying to do is just work within what we are allocated with. So and then there was a couple items about the building being used as an emergency center. I know that it was discussed at the beginning of the project as well, and it's something to plan for in the future. So once again, it can be something that we incorporate into a master planning of the whole facility, but looking into a future phase of construction. Any questions before I move on to the review of the project schedule?
I think you can continue on, Luke, and we'll take questions at the end.
Okay, perfect. So the project schedule. What I've done is I've gone through the project. There's two timelines, excuse me. The timelines are the timelines that were identified in the RFP based on the RFQ. And I added an updated column here just for context to show everybody kind of where we are and what's required to get to the end of this. What we've done and what we're starting to understand is the review process and approval process is taking a little longer, and which I completely respect and have no issues with whatsoever. I like the feedback, and I like the engagement from everybody, and essentially this project is for the community. So I recognize that and understand that. So with that said, I've added some weeks for the review time within this schedule to account for that and make sure that there's enough review time so everybody does have the information and have that chance to review. So with that said, I've put here for us to proceed into the next phase, which is detailed design up to 33%. We need a confirmation from the town of Hornepayne and council on how we want to proceed with the addition. Are we strictly going with the addition as it was presented in either option 1 or option 2, or is there modifications to that? What kind of modifications? And also the project budget. We're still working within that 4.6 total projects and 3.6 construction budget. So those are the things that we really have to nail down for us to be able to move to the next step. So I've given you a few weeks here. The schedule is based on a December 15th approval from Town of Hornepayne and Council on which preferred option you do want to proceed with. So the first stage, as I mentioned, most of it's all completed except for the energy audit. Move to the next sheet. The conceptual design development. We've completed the conceptual design, the two options. We still have to do the site servicing strategy. And the community engagement session, that's completed as well. So for us to finalize conceptual design, we need approximately 2 weeks after you guys give us the approval on the preferred options. So I took that December 15th and worked from there. So when I put everything into perspective there, so we have the conceptual design, looking at completing that by the end of January. It gives you guys 3 weeks in January to review everything, to make sure everything is addressed. The conceptual design is approved by everybody, and then we can move into the schematic design. So same thing here. I've kept the same deliverables 4-2-1, but I've just revised the 1 week to 3 weeks. So the 30% would push us out to April. And then our 60% development design drawings, that would be town council would be looking at reviewing that and at the end of May into June. Total package 100%. What we're looking at presenting to the Township of Hornepayne at the end of July. So you guys have 3 weeks in August to review that. And then the tendering, we're looking at a 4-week tender period. So we're looking at possibly tendering from August into September and possible construction in November, maybe late October, but probably early November. So as you can see, it's pushed. The project schedule has been pushed from the anticipated May to November, and it is the reality right now. I just wanted to be candid and transparent with the project and exactly where we are with the schedule, so that you guys fully see this, like where we're heading and what we're looking at there. So.
No, I want to thank you, Luke. Just after reading your report and seeing that the kickoff meeting was July, I think it was quite an aggressive plan to get everything done and ready and construction started by next year at that time. That's just from after seeing the layout, that I just thought that was pretty ambitious to begin with. So my concern though is with the timeline is we already minimized the use of space for our weight fitness facility users. And if we were to do a construction project in November, that could possibly close our arena down during that whole process time, right? And how long does that construction process take? And then how long, and then what additional costs are we putting to the project because now we're doing this in winter?
Yeah.
So
that's the whole factor. Yeah, is the winter factor that we're gonna have to look at there.
Like when we're already looking at a decreased budget and we want to spend that most efficiently as we can to get the most bang for our dollars. Yeah. I first of all, and I leave this for council's discussion as well, but just from my perspective is that we don't want to hinder the community with the loss of their arena for the season or even a partial part of the season. We already are young people don't get on the ice till November 1st to begin with. So and I have no problem, like if we have a good plan and a good design, I have no problem stretching that out into the next year. That to me is like, I would rather know that we're building, I don't want to put something together that's we're going to have to bandage later. I'd like to have a fulsome project design that we're going to build out to in maybe the next 5 years, 6 years. But so I've just opened the discussion floor for council right now. You've heard some of my comments on the timeline and the discussion at this point. Have we lost Councillor Stefanik? Oh, no.
Can you hear me?
Oh, I can hear you. Yes, Councillor Stefanik, I can hear you.
I froze a couple times, but as long as you could hear me, that's the key. That's no problem. I'm sorry I didn't get about 2 minutes of your comments on the time frame. Can you please repeat that? I apologize. I couldn't get on.
Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, so we're talk about technical difficulties on an important meeting. So basically, Drago, what I had said was that with the proposed timeline, I thank Luke for providing us with the timeline and looking at it really realistically, but then it pushes construction into November of 2023, which could possibly delay our arena opening. And how long is that actual construction phase going to be? Luke, do you have an answer for that?
I'd say, well, see, that's the tricky part. Going into November, you're talking about winter construction. So you're doing excavation and pouring foundations in January.
Yeah.
That's tough. Heat, hoarding and everything. And also the other thing you have to think about is going out for tender in November. Most of the good contractors are already, you're not going to get a competitive price either. So like if we're looking at it realistically, my recommendation would be hold off till February, go out for tender in February, then you can hit the ground running as soon as frost comes out in March, April. It gives you that opportunity there. You won't get the heat hoarding. That's the issue there. You're going to spend 3-4 months doing the foundations in the winter time when you can get it done in a month in the spring. That's going to be the reality there. Your costs are going to go up. And it's like you mentioned as well, if we're looking at the budget and we want to be smart with the money that we're spending, we don't want to spend $200,000-$300,000 on heating and hoarding something that's not going to be used. So
realistically, if we were to start in November construction, we're looking at having our arena closed for that entire season, which just doesn't make sense, really. Like people need to have the facility. We want to improve
looking
it.
at it, yeah, you can use the facilities, but you won't have that main entrance. So like you'd have to put temporary entrances, exits, and people would use those for but it's just an inconvenience. It's like you mentioned as well. Like they're looking for an updated space. It's my recommendation is just holding off those 3-4 months and then getting a really good price in that springtime. But ultimately, it does come to you guys. Yeah.
So I do have a question about when I was reading the document is that because our RFQ, what we originally put out was for substantially more than what we actually have funds for at this time. And we did decide that council had talked about doing a phased approach. So having a full layout of the land of what it'll look like when it's finished, and then backing that back to what we can actually do right now. And my question is I understand, like, I am not looking at JL Richards and Associates to do all of those steps in between. You were not hired for that. I completely understand that. But my concern is I would like to see a full, like what this building would look like with all of those spaces put in it, so that we can choose if we want to. I'm not sure if you saw some of the comments I had put in, was where we take some space away in the interim when we renovate, like it becomes a smaller addition with a renovation. Because my understanding, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Luke or Holly, that renovating is less expensive than building brand new, and putting water infrastructure and heating elements in an addition when we have that already that's where I'm looking for cost savings. So that was kind of two questions there. But one is the renovating is usually cheaper. Is that right? Or
You are, it is correct in some ways, but there are certain things that we can do within a renovation. There's things I would much rather recommend you keep in an addition. Certain things like mechanical rooms and things like that, it becomes very hard to use existing systems. It's kind of like opening up a whole other can of worms. So it is a discussion we can have of what can go as a renovation and what can go as part of the addition. By all means, I think it's a good discussion to have, but there's certain items that really should be left in the addition and some that should be left can be part of the renovation. I don't know if that makes sense, but.
No, that totally makes sense. I totally get it. If you're going to, my concern was that with the option one, which everyone, pretty much most people preferred, and your report said that, was that when I looked at it from my perspective, was that we came into a foyer and then we spent a lot of money on washrooms. We had washrooms, and then we have to have the universal washer. I know that. And then we had the existing old washrooms. And then I thought it wouldn't be a complimentary feel. This was where my reaction was coming from, was a complimentary feel, because you're going to have this space that has very old to very new. And I don't necessarily think just painting and that sort of thing would combine the two. So my concern was that we enter a space where it feels all new. Obviously, it's not going to be all new, but And then can we renovate, like, is it possible to take change room 1 and use the existing washroom space with change room 1 and make all the washrooms in that area with the water there? Is that, or is that not what you're saying? It's not available.
The issue with the washrooms currently, so I did our Ontario Building Code review of the new spaces, but I also took the time to go and look at the spaces you have now. You are currently undersized for how many washrooms you have now by a good amount for the arena and the curling club, which is fine because it's grandfathered in. And fixing up a couple finishes here and there isn't going to change that. But the minute you start ripping and tearing down walls in that area, you're going to have to bring the entire facility up to the washroom count you need to be at. And it's just picking and choosing how you want to spend your money, right? So it's something you can look at, but the simpler approach is actually to keep your washrooms in your new addition and superficially fix your old washrooms. That is the easier and cheaper approach. I know it's kind of there's pros and cons to it. The other thing that was discussed at the open house was that keeping the washrooms for the curling in the arena separate from the addition, there's a pro to that in that you can close down those washrooms to the arena and curling during the majority of the year and just use your library and fitness facility washrooms. So you're not cleaning a massive washroom and you don't have to have maintenance staff for the rest of the building working 12 months of the year. So that was something else that was brought up. So there's a couple of reasons why I would recommend to keep your washroom separate. But it is something we can look at if there's enough reasons to look at it.
Okay.
And to go back to your comments about the master plan, that's exactly our intention. What we want to do is give you a conceptual master plan of the entire facility, like all the bells, all the whistles, so that you do see the final facility as with everything included. But like you mentioned, our focus for this portion to fit this funding portion would be just to develop that phase one. However you want to phase it, however you want to include in that phase within that budget, that's all up to you, Town of Hornepayne, and we'll accommodate that within that budget there. So that's our approach there.
Okay. So when you say over conceptual, is that the drawings, basically a full drawing set of what we saw at the, like, what are conceptual drawings?
So I'm still sharing my screen, right? Yeah, okay. So these here are more, they're almost conceptual, they're more diagrammatic. So what we would do is give you one level more than this. It's a little more developed than this here. It would include a lot more of the overall visioning and comments, the bleachers, the change rooms, the updates to the washrooms, the outdoor facilities, and joining that to the ball diamond. That would be your overall master plan that we can provide you. It wouldn't go into fine detail, but it would give you an overall concept of the whole facility.
It'd be somewhere in between this and then the next one Luke is about to show you.
So this one here is more focused on the detailing, a little more detailing in this area. So it would be in between both. We wouldn't go into fine detail of showing all the furniture, but we would show you all the spaces and what you can do with the spaces, the relationship between the spaces, what
And
phases we're thinking of.
all of the square footage, which would allow you to go after additional funding as well. A lot of the times funding streams are dependent on knowing how much square footage is allocated to certain spaces. And so this way you have a plan moving forward when you go into that stage.
Okay. Any questions from council at this time? Councillor Peter Kistemaker or Ted Shuneman on the phone?
No,
They're
you,
fine,
Mayor.
Madam Mayor.
Okay.
As am I. As am I.
Okay. Yeah. Councillor Drago Stefanik, I see
Yeah.
your you're on.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple items. I want to take 2 steps back. Number one, I'm totally against construction in wintertime, 100% unequivocally. I don't want to see any construction happening from my experience with construction in jobs. Number one, the greater cost. The quality of workmanship is not as good building something in January, February, especially going to concrete curing. I'm 100% against that. The other question is, once a decision is made, if this is just for the library and the fitness facility, I'd like to see it done right. I'm talking about square footage, I'm talking about the layout. And then once the facility is there, I like to see when it's in place, so it's fluid. So when we add to those facilities, it doesn't stand like a sore thumb adding to those facilities. I mean, that's really crucial to me. It has to be fluid, the entire, just like we're building it once, but obviously if you can't afford it, that's also crucial to me. Number 3, you're saying there's 3.6 million construction costs. So would you break it down per square footage, please?
Give me a quick second here.
I think it's in the plan. I saw it was just under
I
900.
can't catch it. I didn't note it.
This is the last one. So the most updated one, we are sitting at $867 a square foot.
Thank you. My follow-up to that, Mayor, is this all depends. This estimation of the figures, I said that at the open house, is what the tenders come in. A lot of times, if you watch our municipalities, if they come in way over, we have a problem. And if they come under, we'll be happy about it. So I think that's really crucial. And I agree that it's better to tender to start in spring. I think there'll be more activity in construction from observing construction over the years. And I think that's the way we should lead, and will not interrupt even though it's not direct interruption to the activities at the arena. I'd rather see for health and safety to have it done when there's no things happen in the facility. And it's cut and dried and there's no challenges. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Stefanik.
Just to add on to,
go ahead,
sorry.
Holly. No, go ahead, Holly.
Just to add on to your comments, so something we can look at doing is some of these smaller items we've talked about, like the curling club or a bit of an expansion onto the fitness. We can have them as add-on prices. We can do this within reason. Like, you can't add on an addition that's the size of the addition you're doing now as an add-on price, but there's smaller things we can put so that we have our base contract price, which would be the building addition, and then we have items we can remove from the scope. So say the tender comes in at 5 million. Well, we have pieces that we can take off and get us down to where we would want to be. So that's something we were kind of looking at.
Or vice versa.
Yeah.
If the tenders come in a little lower, we can say, oh, okay, well, we have an extra 150, let's throw it here.
Yeah.
So it'll just be part of the tender package as a few add-ons to either be able to add to the project or remove from the scope of project, depending on the cost there. So it gives you guys a little bit of flexibility there. What we're ultimately trying to do is give you the most you can for the budget you have. So, yeah.
Okay, I have another question for you to put out just with option 1. If we were to utilize if we were to get rid of those existing washrooms completely and utilize that space for something else within this planning and put all of the washrooms in that area, like the washrooms that you've put into the plan, that's how many we need for the entire building now, right?
So the washrooms that I put into the green area, which is the new addition,
Yeah.
only serve the fitness facility and the library. Once you start touching that other washroom, we're going to have to add a lot more toilets and lavatories and things like that. So you're gonna have even more than what I'm showing now. I'd have to check to see exactly how many you'd need, but it would be a substantial amount more.
The way we want to add it
That's
code
it.
wise. Oh,
Okay.
sorry.
Go ahead, no,
No.
go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like, the way we went at it code wise is that we only consider the addition and looking at the addition and what that requires for washroom count and accommodated that within that space, the new space, and
Okay.
left everything that's existing condition. So it's like Holly said, yeah, because you'd be adding a significant amount of washrooms because your arena holds 300-400.
I think if I remember correctly, and don't quote me on this because I'm trying to remember my code review, but for just your arena and curling, I was somewhere near like 9 washrooms for both female, male. So like you're almost tripling. I'd have to check what the actual number is, but it was a lot. Like this facility was designed a long time ago, so we don't have the same codes. And when we touch it, yeah.
So the washrooms, like, so you don't, with it, the washrooms that are within the change rooms, the washrooms that are on the second floor of the curling club, like, I just feel like for a facility of, like, we have got, like, I'm sorry to put it this way, but I'm feeling like we're spending $2 million on washrooms. And I'm like, we have a toilet at every corner of this building. My gosh. I'm sorry to put it that way. And I'm sorry to be blunt, but that, like, there's washrooms upstairs of the curling club. There's washrooms in every change room. And there's washrooms in the foyer. And now we need another 9 toilets. Like, how many people are going to the washroom at once?
Those are always one thing that we always is the first thing we always count is how many washrooms do we need and where can we fit it? Because it's always it takes up the most amount of real estate in any building that we do. Any building.
I hate washrooms now. It's not just you, it's also me.
So then those other washrooms come out of the account, like the upstairs of the curling club. They do not count.
They count for the curling club.
They count for the curling club, but they don't have enough washrooms. So I forget how many there are upstairs, but it's not enough for the curling club. And the washrooms that are in the foyer, also, it's not enough. Like I did my count. I can give you the numbers if I go back, but there were a lot of washrooms you guys needed. It was unfortunate.
Okay.
So I guess just to summarize everything at the end.
Just before you summarize, Luke, sorry, just to come back to, so if council was to decide that they were okay with a spring 2024 construction to start then, does that give us any extra time in the December 15th cutoff to have a decision? Does that push that out a bit? Like, and then this follow-up question, so that would push out a bit. But I'm wondering too, would it be better to tender it out in November, December of next year, like putting that out so that we're ahead of everybody instead of waiting till February?
Yeah, we can do that for sure. Yeah, we can tender it anytime and just and mention them that construction is to start in March. Yeah, that works too.
This is when we start getting questions from contractors of what's coming down the pipes. So.
Yep.
Okay.
Absolutely. We can look at that for sure.
Like where my mind is going for the benefit of yourselves and council is that I'm trying to look at if we have to have a delay, let's put the best practices within that delay is what I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, if you need more time, if we're looking at spring construction 2024, we do have the time to take the time that it needs to review the information, go through it, make sure everybody's comfortable. That's what I said. Like I built in those 3 weeks everywhere within all the stages so that everybody can review it. Everybody's comfortable with everything. So.
Okay. Okay. Any other questions before Luke does a summary at this time, council? I'm not seeing any. Go ahead, Luke.
Okay. So just to summarize everything, so we talked about that. So the project budget is the 4.6, and we've determined the construction budget is 3.608. We've worked through the functional program. In discussion with Town of Hornepayne, it was determined that the phased approach to the construction of the facility was the best approach to maintain a construction budget. And we prepared the two options, phase one, phase in phases. Okay, noted that the entire design is to be completed. So just to touch base on that here, the entire design is to be completed as per the scope of work in RFP. We'll maintain a construction budget of 3.6. So we talked about that. We'll be working on a master plan, conceptual master plan that will give you that entire facility, but would only focus our design and engineering and tender package for that phase one. So, and then the final portion here. So it's just a few. So JLR requires Town of Hornepayne direction on the following items, so we can continue with the progress, finalize the conceptual design, move into the next phases. So confirmation that the construction budget of 3.6 million identified above is correct. Confirm what spaces and programming take priority. So right now, like we mentioned, we're going with priority number 2, which is a reduced edition for a library and fitness center. Review options 1 and 2 presented at the open house and confirm which would be the preferred option to proceed with. And like I mentioned, if there's little bits and pieces you like from one to the next, it's not saying that that's the final design. It gives us where we can start, and then we'll be able to refine that conceptual design based on option 1 or 2. Right now, they're very different from one another, so it's just getting that direction, which way we rather go there. So just confirming that we're looking at a phased approach and that we're only looking at proceeding with the phase 1 right now. Review the community comments received at the open house and let us know if there's anything that should be explored further, reviewed further, or further discussed at another time as well. I'll just scroll right through that there. So what we've done is summarize everything. So the first column are the comments. The second one are JLR's comments and our recommendations based on that. And then we've left a column there for Township of Hornepayne to be able to comment on them there. So I'll leave that with you guys to be able to go through.
Okay, thank you for that, Luke. And just a final question, just it'll make it easier for our decision-making coming up here, is that with the proposed timeline right now, where we're at, how many decisions that have to be made, that the earliest construction could start would be November 2023.
Yep.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure, I wanted that recorded for people to understand that I don't want that, like when we postpone a project and understanding why we're doing that. And I'm in complete agreement. Well, I said it already, I'm building in the winter. That's just not feasible in Hornepayne. Like you're just wasting money to do that. So, and I just hinder our community so much.
Yeah.
So.
And then, yeah, the last point is just to review the project schedule. So we spoke about that. We reviewed that. So yeah, what's presented is best case. It gives everybody enough time to review, gives the community a chance to review and move through the process. So best schedule there is November start construction. So yeah.
Okay, so my next question is, if council decides to push it off, when do we have to have these, like you have a December 15th for these next requirements for direction? Do you have a date for us now, or is that something you'll need some time to figure out?
Yeah, if you give me a little bit of time, I can get back to you on that. I would say top of my head, just because of holidays and everything, I would say mid-January.
Okay. And so you'll follow up with that date. And could we actually get how many washrooms we would need for that facility?
Yeah. Holly will go through. We did the washroom counselor, so she'll pull up the information and send that through as well.
And then was there anything else, Holly, in the design part where you couldn't move? Like I understand with your maintenance area, but was there anything else in there that was there for a specific reason? Like, was there a reason why the universal bathroom was where the old canteen was?
That was one, like there is some plumbing there, so it kind of works out, but we can move some stuff around in that area. We are also looking at potentially shifting some things over to make it easier to do structurally, just because right now you'll notice there's that beam in the middle of the lobby. That's your wall, your beam that's picking up the wall of the arena and the foyer. So we're looking at ways to make this structurally a bit more feasible, easier and less expensive.
Yeah.
So we can rejig stuff there. I would recommend to keep definitely the mechanical in your addition square footage. There we can play around with some things. Definitely mechanical. Washrooms, it gets a little tricky unless you have existing plumbing already there. What do you think?
So yeah, the intent is, we started looking at it as well too, and seeing where we can do some efficiencies too. So understanding that this may or may not be the proper location, because we do have some existing services here.
Yeah.
So we're still looking at these spaces to make sure that it properly fits and gives you that functional space that you're looking for there. So, and also minimizing the construction and minimizing the disruption of the existing structure. And so we're starting that development there, but we don't want to get too far unless we know what options we're looking at. Because this one here compared to this one here is a whole, like this one here is simple. It's tied to the ends. There's no real worry of the interior or anything like that, compared to option number 1, where it's a little more invasive with the lobby, existing lobby and stuff. So
Right.
yeah, so we're looking into it. We're going through our validations there, but we don't want to go too far unless we get a little more direction on what options is preferred there. So
we do also have to be careful with taking away from the existing space, because once you start disrupting paths of travel and exiting, that is a concern also, just code wise. We don't want to put in additional risks when you don't have them right now. So that's why we try and stay away from going too far into the building, just because the farther you go in, the more you will have risk of changing existing code conditions.
Okay, I'm gonna wrap this up with any final calls from council at this time for Luke or Holly. Okay, I'm hearing nothing from council, and I'm not sure. Drago, can you hear me? I don't see you anymore.
Yeah, I can.
Okay, great. You're still there. Thank you.
I'm playing with it to see if I could get the video back on, but not. Once you stop for a minute or two, I'm going to check right out the whole thing, and I'll try to come back and see what happens.
Okay, if you want to do that now, I'm just going to say goodbye to our consultants, and then you can welcome back on.
Okay, well, thank you.
Okay, well, thank you so much for the comprehensive report at this time in the project. I want to say thank you for hosting the consultation for our community, because I think it was uplifting for the community, and that they are excited to see some, rejuvenation of our small little town. And I always like when people come to our community. So I do appreciate that you are here right in the community and and I liked seeing the several meetings that have occurred between the township's project team and yourselves. So, and thank you. I'm going to leave you with a last comment if you have any, Luke or Holly.
No, I don't have any comments except for thank you very much. And we'll get back to you with those few items there. And in the meantime, if there's any other questions, feel free to reach out.
Okay. And thank you so much for that, for the other details. And we will get back to you and let you know the direction quite quickly, I think, on which way. Okay.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Enjoy your night and thank you for your patience at the beginning of our meeting as well.
Hey, no worries.
No worries.
Okay.
See ya.
Thank you. Okay. I feel lonely. There's only 2 people on screen with me here. Oh, we have to fix this. My goodness. Okay. So we do have a second report discussion, and I'm not sure Drago's back yet, but a second. Okay, as we're waiting for Drago, I think council, we can start a discussion before we go to the next line. I think one of the easiest decisions we can make tonight is construction start. I am in agreement with Drago, and I said it myself even before Drago mentioned it. I do not want to be constructing anything in the winter. Like I just think that's. And I'd like to hear your comments at this time, and we can reiterate those back to Drago when he's back on.
Madam Mayor, for sure that a winter project just isn't feasible at all, especially up here with our weather.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Shinman. Councillor Peter Kissmaker, any comments at this time?
I'm in the same school of thought, train of thought, and it also gives us a chance to push back a bit. Hopefully, what we were talking about earlier, about maybe the prices may go down a little bit as the upsurge in building around everything. The prices may go down a little bit. Hopefully, we'll get more bang for our buck.
Oh yes, we were talking about that at the open house when we were looking at the plans. Just for public's sake, at the discussion about the costs of construction costs are decreasing now somewhat. They are coming back down a bit, so we may have savings in that regard. Okay, Councillor Kissmaker Belinda.
When it comes to the programming and interfering with our winter events for the community, I can see that we should wait. But I've seen a lot of construction projects happen in the wintertime with cement and all that, and they were successful. So anyway, but when it comes to the programming, I think we should hold off.
Okay, Drago, are you back on? I see a couple names there for you.
Yeah, I'm back with no video. I have no idea what the heck's going on. Thank you.
Okay, I just did a roundtable discussion while you were getting back on, just talking about the construction timeline. Because I think that, first of all, if we battle it with that, the start first, that what's our actual end date, that relieves some pressure that I think everyone on council and staff is feeling at this point. And so that was the roundtable discussion that I just did with each councillor. And we're on a general consensus that we do not want to do construction in November. We do not want to have a construction start date of November 2023. There was a variety of opinion on just the construction itself not doing well, and then also disrupting the services that we offer at the arena through the winter programming. So this is what I'm going to propose to council, is that we set aside a special meeting in person in our council chambers for this fulsome discussion, because we do have a report that our client service manager as well has provided for us. And I would like to defer receipt of that report and set a meeting date where we're already at 7:34 tonight, and we do have quite a bit of an agenda still to complete. And if we're in consensus that we are going to push out that start date, the consultants tonight told us we have somewhere in mid-January. So I'm not saying we wait till mid-January. I'm saying we set a meeting date and have a special meeting just to discuss this. Is council in agreement with that suggestion?
Yes.
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I'm seeing it confirmed from Belinda. Drago, I can't see you.
Yeah, I do. Just depends on the date, Cheryl. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, let's go back to her. Sorry, I've lost my screen. Okay, we do have a resolution on the table for a special meeting in January. I don't necessarily think that we should be waiting till January. Do we have a date? Do we have availability sometime in December? And this question goes out to staff just for this topic and nothing else.
Sorry, Mayor Ford, just give us a minute. We're
No,
just looking,
that's okay.
please.
It's just I didn't realize it was going to take, because we're already at 7:35 with our initial delays and.
So Mayor Fort, does Monday, December 12th work?
Not for myself. We have, and Councillor Belinda Kistemaker, we have a housing meeting.
That's right, sorry. Can I ask if you're available on any Thursday this month?
No. Do we have a full docket on this 14th? Is there anything on our 14th meeting that we can transfer into January and have it 14th and then we meet in person on the 14th? Does that work?
We're not sure. We're not sure off the top of our head for December 14th. But we're wondering, what about Monday, December 5th, which is, I know. And I can just confirm that the deputy clerk has confirmed that we have quite a bit on the 14th as well already.
Okay.
So sorry, does December 5th work, which is a Monday?
No.
Monday.
December 5th does not work for me. That's next Monday. Like that's short notice.
Yeah, no, and I totally understand. It's just that we have meetings set up for the next, we have a few on the next 2 Wednesdays already.
The 6th, that's when that Indian thing is, but we don't have to go to that.
What about the Tuesday, December 6th?
Okay, I'm going to refer to council here. Council, how quickly do you want to meet? Do you want to meet again next week to talk about this? Or do we, oh, go ahead, Councillor Spanik.
Yeah, I have no problem, the Tuesday, because I'll tell you, 12th to 16th, I'll be away for personal reasons and I can't get out of this. This is quite highly personal and I will not be in the municipality. Thank you.
Okay. And do we have a meeting already on December 7th? Is there something December 7th?
Yes, we have a special meeting that day.
Unless they want to add it to that.
We have
But
a,
it's not in person though.
that one's not in person. And yeah, that's the Watson Associate presentation.
We can do it on the 20th, 19th or 20th. You won't be here, but I could do it. Or you're working from home.
Another option is either December 19th or 20th. I won't be here, but I can also attend remotely. However, Gail will be, so, but either way, I can still attend remotely.
Okay, so we have options, council. We have next Tuesday, December 6th. We have, but that would be in person, and we have another meeting on the 7th that's virtual. I think we should meet in person for this meeting. Is it possible that we do our December 7th? How much time do we have allotted for the December 7th? That's our water rates, right?
Yes, Mayor Fort, that's correct. But I forgot to add that we also have our meeting procedures training that day for council, or that night for council.
Okay.
So we've already got 2 items on that meeting for that special meeting.
Okay, council, I put it out to you that December 6th, back-to-back meetings, and this will be in person on December 6th. Are people available for 6 p.m. for a special meeting?
I'm okay for that date.
I am
Okay.
too, Madam Mayor.
Okay, Drago, are you okay?
Confirmed.
Thank you. Belinda Kistemaker? She's confirmed. Okay, if we can get a resolution with a mover and a seconder to set a special meeting. I don't have a pen in front of me. Or I do have a pen in front of me, but I don't have any paper in front of me to write the resolution. If someone could dictate, as I dictate the resolution, can we have someone copy it, Eileen?
Yeah, we will get Gail's on it, or sorry, Deputy Jen's on it as well.
Okay, so moved by Councillor
I'll move it.
Peter Kistemaker, second by Councillor Belinda Kistemaker. That the Township of Hornepayne set a special meeting for December the 6th at 6 p.m. for the discussion of the arena renovation project. Did I get all the requirements for the motion?
Mayor Fort will just add the be it resolved part as well.
Okay, thank you. Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, and that is carried. None opposed. Okay, we'll see you on December 6th. I need a mover and a seconder, and we'll move to defer the next report for that meeting. So I need a mover and a seconder, please. Moved by
I move it.
Councillor
Stefanik.
Stefanik, second by Councillor Belinda Kistemaker. It resolved that council does hereby acknowledge receipt of report number CSMT 2022-23 Community Center Upgrade and Expansion of Current Facility as prepared by Melissa Chenier, Client Service Manager Treasurer. And I put that as deferred. Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And that is
Aye.
carried. Okay, let's continue on. And we have managers, excuse me. We have the manager's reports. If I can get a mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Belinda Kistemaker, second by Councillor guys, I need a seconder.
I move it. Go ahead, Cheryl.
Okay, and that's seconded by Councillor Drago Stefanik. Be it resolved that the council of the corporation of the Township of Hornepayne does hereby acknowledge receipt of the manager's reports provided at the regular meeting of council held on Wednesday, November 30th, 2022. And our first report is from our CAO clerk. Eileen, do you have any additions or comments for your report?
Yes, I do. So I just wanted to add comment that in regards to funding for the ISIP streams, we heard back from the NOMA board and that they'll be sending a letter to Federal Minister LeBlanc, sorry, to outline like requests and concerns, and then they'll likely set up a meeting and move forward from there.
Okay, and that is directly related to this funding we were just talking about, right? That there could be increases to that funding?
Yes, it's in regards to the top up.
Okay. Okay, so I open up the floor for council for any questions or comments for Eileen's report.
No questions. Thank you.
I'm good.
Oh gosh, I just realized something, council. When we update our agendas, we lose all our notes. I've lost all my notes.
Just give us 1 second, Mayor Ford. I think.
Oh, maybe you can.
Okay.
Okay,
So
never
there's
mind,
no
sorry.
more updates to agendas when they're put out on Fridays. Okay, I had questions about this. Okay, I'm not sure what the notes were. They were all in there, so I know I had a few different comments, but I can't remember at this time, so we'll have to carry on. Councilors, do you have any comments or questions for Eileen? Okay, I'm not seeing any at this time. And we'll move on. Thank you, Eileen, for your report. To our client service manager's report. And Melissa, do you have any additions or comments for your report?
No, I've got nothing to add. Thank you.
Okay, I open up the floor for comments from council.
No questions, comments, Mayor. Thank you.
No questions or comments here.
Thank you. I did have one question, Melissa, regarding the $150 deposit to bank accounts. Is that, are we able to do the same thing? What would be the preference? Is that, are you looking for direction if someone just wants one annual payment?
Yes, that's correct.
And what's easier from the management side?
Either one's best for us. If everybody could stick to the same process, it would be best. But if you would rather a payment at the end of the year, that's fine as well.
Okay, I think the majority of council did monthly payments. Is that correct? What is the majority doing right now? Monthly?
Yeah.
Okay, then if council's in agreement, we'll all do monthly and make it easier. I'm not hearing any dissent on that, Melissa, so we'll set it up monthly.
Thank you.
Okay, and the one question I did have, I can't remember how I worded it, was about our, we enact this $1 million overdraft every year, which is just common practice. I just wondered, how much do we actually use of it every year?
We've never used it.
Oh, so it's just for safeguarding?
Yeah.
Okay. And I know I had questions on this, the buildings. I can't remember what they were. What type of direction are you looking for from council on that? Do we have a resolution, or did you want a resolution for that to do the building condition assessments?
No, I don't think so, because the resolution said for building condition assessment, so it's still within the purview of the original resolution.
Okay, so you don't need any further direction there? Okay. That's all my comments that I think. Any other comments from council? Okay, there being none, let's move on. Public Works Manager's report. Hi, Dwayne. I just had one question for you about the water line at Becker Road, the locates that you're waiting for. Is that going to be an in-house fix?
It will be Villeneuve. They'll be here tomorrow morning to dig.
Okay.
The frost was quite deep on Herbert, and I'm worried it's going to be a lot deeper on the highway.
Yeah, you were saying in your report that it was 6 inches already on Herbert. I didn't think it was that cold yet.
Me either. I think it was the rain, all that rain we had that pushed the frost rate down.
Okay, so we need snow, right? Or this is just going to cause havoc in our community. Like, okay, council, any questions or comments for Dwayne's report? Councillor Stefanik, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I'm glad that the 5-ton has passed, as we discussed, Dwayne. So obviously, we'll be looking for, as you mentioned, report for replacing the dump truck, and hopefully you'll have some numbers for us in the New Year's, and to act on it sooner than later. I think it's frugal. And thank you for following up on it, Dwayne. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor Stefanik.
And I have a question.
Yes, go ahead, Councillor Kistemaker Peter.
Yeah, Dwayne, the water leak on Herbert Ave, that was broke for quite a while. We couldn't get at it earlier when the frost was in the ground? Is that because we couldn't get the locates?
The locates, organizing the crews to get everything organized to dig it. There was a bunch of logistics.
Yeah, okay. And going forward there, with when you're looking at the new tandem?
Yes, I will.
Thank you.
Any other further comments from council? Or from, from council? I don't know what I thought I said, but. Okay, you're free to go, Dwayne. Thank you so much. Did you have any further comments, Dwayne?
Yes, I just wanted to bring up the curling rink. We're having difficulty making ice with the warmer temperatures. The plant's running full. The weather is too warm. So we're running full out right now, trying to make ice. We're holding the ice we have. We can't get it cold enough to make ice. So hopefully tomorrow we're back making ice. We're right at the whitewash stage right now, and we're trying to move forward.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. I never thought I was going to be the one that's going to pray for snow and cold weather, ever. I think I was supposed to be born like in Florida or something, and here I am going to wish for cold weather. Okay. Thank you for that update, Wayne. I do want to mention, I thank you for putting that the pavilion tree lighting is at 6:30, because the mayor would have showed up at 7. I didn't read the whole thing when it came out. We always do it at 7. So, and then in our agenda meeting, I said, I was like, yeah, I would have been there at 7. But anyway, the tree would have been lit. Okay, we'll see you on Sunday. Thank you very much. And I put those reports to a vote. Council in favor of acknowledging receipt. Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And that is carried. Okay, moving on, we're going to correspondence action items 10.1. A welcome letter from the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing. I think I can reply with an actual written letter and thanking him for his letter, and I'll get that to staff so that we can send it to him via email.
That sounds good. Thank you, Mayor, for it.
Okay. If there's no further discussion on that, we'll move on. So the Rule Ontario Municipal Association Roma 2023-2027 Board of Directors nomination. Is there anyone off of our council that would like to sit on Roma? It's quite silent. I would suggest that we encourage, I don't mind giving a call out to each of the mayors within our Northeast Superior Mayors group that someone put their name in. I would definitely be an advocate for them at Roma, along with ensuring that they have a campaign if they're running in an election for the seat. After reading the call for nominations, I was pleasantly surprised to see that the expenses for Roma are not carried by the municipality, and there is a $92 per day per diem. So it's a good way to get out there and get your name known. But if I don't think we need a resolution then if there's nobody to nominate. And if the council is agreement with that, I'll make a few phone calls to the 5 other mayors.
Agree.
Agreed? Okay. Okay, we'll continue on then. 10.3, that was the resolution that we did while we were having technical difficulties, and we're in support of World AIDS Day. 10.4 is the Algoma District Services Administration Board ADSAP appointment. And you can see the letter there. So it is, I reached out to Councillor Belinda Kistemaker because she had been the representative in the past. And in the letter, it does indicate that it is our turn to cycle into the Algoma District Services Board. I am not in favor of giving up our turn. And the reason being is it'll cycle through Duberville and White River and then back to us. So we won't get it back for another 12 years. And I'm not prepared to do that. And the other portion why, and I am willing to put my name on this board because we're in the middle of building. And this is a huge player in building affordable housing for people in community. And I put that discussion out there. Is there any comments from council? Councillor Kistemaker Belinda.
I do want to say a few things about this board. I found this board very difficult to be on for one main reason. You're representing three communities that are within the north, where you're basically a vote. And I can see where Duberville has stepped in, because the main issues that have been coming up during my term has been the ambulance and social. The main thing, the ambulance for sure, and now the housing is a big thing, as well as the social services. So those three items alone, there are big topics within all of our communities right now, and there's something that we're all concerned about. And what bothers me about it is you never hear from the other communities what's going on for you to keep an eye on, or to hear what's going on. I did have the opportunity to attend one White River meeting, because again, it was about the ambulance service. So all of a sudden, everyone's taking interest in this. I thought White River would want to be part of it as well. But I just think that, I know it's a territory thing, as well as population and all that. That's why we only have one person representing the three groups, but I find it difficult. And it's basically because all the other people are down south, and then you have Wawa. So I just wanted to put that out there. And I think going forward, I think we should use this term. I think Cheryl would be an asset on this board. But I do think it should be the three communities attending these meetings, because it is a huge issue for all of us. That's all I have to say.
Thank you so much, Belinda Kistemaker, Councillor Kistemaker, and I thank you for your support as well. The one thing that I wanted to say, that when I read the terms of reference for the administration board, was we have, as a council, talked about at the provincial level that, and even in this new rezoning of the potential federal districts for voting, that geographical size needs to be part of the equation, because we're getting representatives that are getting burnt out, and they can't even meet the requirements of representing all the people within their big ridings. So in this case, what I see when I read the schedule is, one thing is to have that reviewed and bring that forward and have the support. And I have no problem doing that during this term, and revisiting and asking those questions, like, when was the last time it was actually revisited and looked at? And it wasn't during your term, I don't believe, Belinda. I think it was set out at the creation, and it's always been the same, or we could find those things out. So my recommendation is, I'm not exactly sure where we received Julelia's Hemphill. Did they reach out to us? Am I missing that?
No. Indicating her interest.
So Mayor Forth, they had the town of Duberville had sent an email indicating that Councillor Julela was interested in the position.
Okay. Well, my suggestion would be that we changed the appointment of Mayor Cheryl Fort from Councillor Julia Hemphill, and from the Township of Hornepayne, in the motion that's laid out here. And I would like to represent the three communities and take our term. I don't want to give up the term. Councillor Stefanik, I see you're unmuted.
Yeah, through you, I thank Councillor Belinda for her candid comments, and she was a ground level, and I really feel for the fact, three communities, and you ought to touch what's going on in the two others. Number one, I concur we should keep it. Number two, I agree that Mayor Ford should be part of The last comment is, I think it was, as Councilor Belinda stated, each community should be presented at that table. That's only the most fairest way, because now it's nullified. Listening to Belinda, it's a joke, because the larger municipality would take the lead, and we have one person. So I think it's crucial that you, on behalf of, when you get on the board, to it's not written in stone, and any bylaws could be changed. And I think it'd be appropriate for those people to sit at the table same time. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Stefanik. So if I can get a mover and a seconder, and I'll read out the motion and we can have further discussion after that. Moved by Councillor Belinda Kistemaker, second by Councillor
Go ahead.
Gentlemen.
Okay, go ahead.
Councillor Ted Sheneman. Be it resolved that the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Hornepayne does agree to appoint Mayor Cheryl Fort from the Township of Hornepayne to the Algoma District Services Administration Board as the representative for Hornepayne, White River, and Dubreuilville for the term of 2022 to 2020, or sorry, for the 2022 to 2026 term. Be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution will be forwarded to the Algoma District Administration Board, as well as to the townships of White River and Dubreuilville for their records. Those in favor, or sorry, if there's any further comment on the motion, go ahead, Councillor. Go ahead, CAO Clerk. Gail
I just
Karen.
wondered if you wanted to defeat that motion and write a new motion instead to show that it went through, or if you want to do that, you can do that, what you're doing as well, but I just wanted to give you the option.
No, we'll just go with what we did there, and then we've changed the motion, because these motions are all just suggestions.
Yep.
Okay, thank you for that, though. And we'll ensure to write a nice letter, and I will talk to each of the communities about the possibility of revisiting the board structure for their behalf as well. Okay, I put this motion to a vote. Those in favor?
Aye.
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 And that's carried, none opposed. Okay, moving on to 10.5 is our GSI system agreement. And Eileen, do you have any comments to your report or additions at this time?
No, I do not.
Okay, just the agreement, we have to have the GIS system.
Sorry, Mayor Fort, Gail's going to, or CAO Clerk's going to.
All right, I totally just chopped you there, eh? Like what? I don't know. It's okay.
Pretty much, yeah. Just kidding.
So our server, Wawa hosts the server for all of the communities that are involved in this project. So all of our data is there. We don't have the, we have access to the system on our computers, but we don't have full access to, you know, initiate things and things like that. And we would likely need new equipment or more equipment, I'm thinking. And the expertise and the staff to do things with it. So, I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to be with Wawa. I mean, it could be whoever, whenever we have an opportunity to look into what the other options are, or like we had stated when we discussed this earlier this year, like we'd really like to have it internally once we get ourselves in a position to manage that and to handle it, because obviously it's better to manage your own information, and we can do so much more with the program. But I think that based on the fact that we're not even set up to do a hosting of the information, I don't know how we would do that and how we would do it quickly enough to meet that deadline.
Okay, thank you for that. So the recommendation on the table from the staff is that the township renew the memorandum of understanding for GIS services for another 2 years and revisit the issue in early 2024 to assess whether there's staff capacity at that time to manage GIS internally, and if not, to allow time for staff to investigate options. The only concern that I have is, and it doesn't worry, it's not worrisome for the motion, is I'm wondering revisiting it in 2024 might not be early enough to revisit it, to give you enough time by the end of 2024, because the end of 2024 would be the expiration of that agreement. So I would just like to see it moved up maybe, you know, in the fall of next year, if council is in agreement with that, just to give extra.
I'm good with that.
Okay, so if I can get a mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor
I'll move it.
Peter Kistemaker, second by Councillor
I'll second it.
Grego Stefanik. Whereas the Township of Hornepayne entered into a memorandum of understanding MOU with the municipality of Wawa for the provision of Geographic Information System GIS and related services in March of 2021. And whereas the memorandum of understanding expires December 31st, 2022, therefore be it resolved that the council does hereby agree to continue the township's partnership with the municipality of Wawa for geographic information system services, with a bylaw to follow at the upcoming meeting to finalize the agreement. Any further comment on the motion? There being none, I put that to a vote. Those in favor?
Aye.
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 And that's carried, none opposed. Okay, item number 10.6 is Jay Sargent's request for equipment annual last party Legion Community Fundraiser event. And you can see the letter there. If I can get a mover and a seconder, please, and then we can have a discussion. Moved by
I move it.
Councillor Drago Stefanik, second by Councillor
Cheneman.
Ted Sheneman. Be it resolved that the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Hornepayne does hereby authorize Jack Sargent to utilize the township's 2 canopy tents and stage, as well as all tables and chairs on Saturday, August 12, 2023 for his annual last party Legion Community Fundraiser free of charge. And discussion on the motion. I did ask at our agenda meeting with the CAO and the deputy clerk as well is what our liabilities are, because we're setting these tents and that up. And why this came up was during Advocacy Day with Good Roads last November 22nd, liability talks had come up, and then, you know, a few days later I'm reading the agenda package and that's where this is coming from. So I wonder if were we able to investigate any of that?
Yes, so sorry, I'm just getting to my notes. So we looked into the potential liability issues, as you mentioned, Mayor, for it, because we set these tents up and it's on private property. We were advised that anytime we do anything like this, there's potential liability concerns, but that our insurance policy would cover it. In an ideal case, that the township would be the additional insured. And also if the private owner can get it themselves, but if not, it's still okay. It's just that the additional insurance is better, or the additional insured is better.
The additional insured from the user?
Yes.
Okay. I'm wondering if we reach out and find out if he can get insurance.
Yes, I think we can do that. Yep.
Okay. Council, are you okay to defer this motion until we find out if we have more coverage?
Yes, here.
Yes, okay, we have yeses on the phone. Okay, then I put this motion that I read up for deferral. Those in favor? Oh,
Aye.
Aye.
okay, just 1 second. Go ahead, Eileen.
Sorry, Mayor Ford. I just remembered as well that we were advised that it's also better practice to charge as well, just so it doesn't look like it's a gift. And even if that's just $1 being charged.
Okay, so there is some background, like we have to make sure we're doing this properly for our municipality to ensure the liability and that we're covering the taxpayers' money out there. And okay, so I put that up to a vote for deferral for next meeting, and we'll have some more information. And I heard those in favor. Sorry.
Aye.
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 And that is deferred. Okay, 10.7 is the discussion on CN Rail Becker Road crossing maintenance. And I want to thank you, Melissa, for your all your reports. I'm sorry we deferred one and created another meeting, but we would be here till midnight tonight. Oh, I love your background. It's ever pretty.
Thank you.
Okay, do you have any additions or comments for your report?
I do. I was in contact this morning with the Canadian Transport Agency, who guided me to a new document, which is the road and utility crossing. So what essentially the document tells us is when there's any maintenance to any crossing, the first step is to get an agreement with the railroad industry, and then it highlights everything that should be in the agreement. And then if there is a dispute, once the invoices come in, that the first thing that we need to do is negotiate with the railway company. If we can't come to an agreement, then we can the Canada Transport Agency can either facilitate or mediate I don't know how to say it, a meeting, I guess. And if that's not successful, then we have the option of putting in an application to the Canadian Transport Agency. So the guide to the Railway Charges and Crossing Act is just a guide to assist. It's not the final decision.
Oh, so we don't have an agreement.
No agreement.
So you went to fix the railway crossing all on your own.
And then the also in that publication, it says either party can request an adjudication where the dispute concerns costs. You can apply even if the work on the crossing or the railway work has already started or if it is finished.
Okay. So do you have at this time, do you have a recommendation of, or do you want to wait and we'll like, I don't want to put you on the spot. You just got all this information today. You got to process it, but it sounds good so far.
Yeah. Well, I think so. I think that maybe at the next meeting, there's a resolution that passes to give the CAO clerk authority to negotiate with the railway to come to an understanding and then follow through with the process. If that would be the way that council would want to go.
Yeah, I think too is we'll probably need to have a better understanding of this system that we should have had in place.
Well, in my opinion, like for CN to send us the railway charges crossing guide, they have 300 agreements out there, and you can go right on the website and see all those agreements. So it's not new to them, but it's new to us. So they should have brought that forward right on the onset, in my opinion.
Right. Okay. Can we, I would like a copy of that guide. I'd like to read it before our next meeting.
Yeah, for sure.
Council, are you in agreement with that we have a resolution brought to our next meeting and it at the treasurer's recommendation?
Yes.
Yes, okay. CAO clerk Gail Jeremy, go ahead.
I'm just wondering if that should be the first step, or if we should continue first with the meeting with CN at Roma. I mean, you do that either way, but it might have more oomph behind it if we apply for or talk about an agreement there, face to face.
With, okay. Okay, go ahead.
I was just gonna say with yourself, and I think it's Stacy that's going to Roma, or I don't know. I don't think we know enough to word a resolution exactly to what we want. Like, what do we want out of it, sort of thing. Like, I think we'd have to talk about it. I don't know if we'd be ready to do a resolution for the 14th with the proper wording. And I'm thinking that we were going to have a discussion with them anyways about this, but this actually, I think, gives more body to the conversation, because now we actually have, maybe it's not just a meeting to talk about it. Maybe it's a meeting to like talk about an agreement, like the agreement.
And
Like,
the thing is, that other communities out there do not know about this at all.
they can't because,
They're doing it the same way we were. And
Yeah.
look at how many times have we brought this up at different areas, different places, and no one has said, oh, there you can get an agreement with them.
so maybe the resolution could be that the Roma attendees, or how is the delegates, will meet or set up a meeting to discuss an agreement at the Roma conference or something, like, so that you have something in writing, you have authority, it's documented. But I just think it might be better to do it that way.
And who is at Roma? Is it Daniel? Yeah, I don't think Daniel's the one that's going to be doing it.
No, but maybe it didn't have to be at the Roma, but while you're there.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking.
Okay,
But
well,
we'll think about it, and
okay.
we can put it back on the agenda for the 14th, and in between we'll have a bit more information, and maybe we'll have a better feel of what might be the best path to do it. But I think that's a really good opportunity if they're willing to sit down right then.
Yes, okay. Or we can always, now we have some time. This is what I feel like. We've gotten some time, council, because we didn't know this existed. CN obviously did and didn't share that information with us. So we can hold back a bit. So I have no problem getting some more information. I would like the report ahead of our next meeting though, so I have some more time to read it than just that. And go ahead, Melissa.
I just want to still request maybe that council provide direction if they're going to go that way, and still hold off on the invoice, that they provide direction to Gail to write a formal letter stating that we're still investigating, or whatever, however you want to move forward, because they are still seeking payment, so that they know that we're discussing it at this council meeting tonight, and they're going to be following up tomorrow. So it's just so we can have like a proper avenue to go down to give them direction why we're not paying it.
Okay, so you can tell them that they deferred it to December 14th. And that's the direction right from Mayor Cheryl Fort, and if they want to call me, they can. Does that work?
All right.
Okay. Okay, if I can get a mover and or I've just totally closed off conversation to council here. I'm just happy about this. Okay, Councillor Drago-Stefano, go ahead.
Yeah, through Mayor, thank you for an excellent report, Melissa. I really enjoyed it, and much information. I'm still under the impression, just like it was last year before, the option is number 2. I'm very clear on that. I stand on that, and that's why I feel, and that's just for the record, because that's, we played this little shell game now for last 8 years, plus 15 years before that. That's my stance. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that, Councillor Stefanik. Any other comments on this right now, council? You've heard the discussion of what's been had, so we're missing an agreement that we should have for our crossings. And we'll discuss again once we see the requirements at our next meeting. If there's no further discussion, if I can get a mover and a seconder to acknowledge receipt of the report. Moved by Councillor
I'll move it.
Peter Kistemaker, second by Councillor
I'll
Belinda
second it.
Oh, we've got Belinda Kistemaker. Be it resolved that council does hereby acknowledge receipt of the report number CSMT 2022-2060 and invoice crossing expenses as prepared by Melissa Client. Oh my goodness, I'm sorry, Melissa. Melissa Chenier, Client Service Manager Treasurer. Those in favor?
Aye.
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 And that is carried. Okay. Okay, moving on. It's 8:22, council, and I'm gonna pause right here before the information only section for 5 minutes, just a quick break for everyone. And then we'll come back to our at 8:27. Moved by Councillor
Sheneman.
Ted Sheneman, second by Councillor
Stefanik?
Drago Stefanik. Be it resolved that the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Hornepayne does hereby acknowledge receipt of the correspondence information only package attached to the agenda of the regular meeting of council held on Wednesday, November 30th, 2022. Do you have any comments or things you'd like to discuss from this package? I would just like to highlight that the Thunder Bay District Municipal League has a new executive director. And I did reach out to the new director and ask for a meeting for myself, Eileen, and Councillor Belinda Kistemaker as our delegate for that league. And if at any time, Ted, you need to step in for Belinda, she can do the introductions for you at that time. And I didn't do it to disclude you. I just didn't want three of us in a private meeting because that could constitute or be conveyed as a council meeting.
That's fine, thank you.
Okay. Okay, I will give Belinda opportunity when she returns if she'd like to comment on any of those items, but I'll put those to a vote to acknowledge receipt. Or Drago, did you have a comment?
I do. I think it's noteworthy to look at item 11.10, Hornepayne Public Library Trunk or Treat. I think Darnell did a wonderful job. They had an outstanding participation, number one. Number two, they had great participation from the residents, and I think she should be congratulated on the effort again this year she put forth. Thank you.
Yes, I agree. I agree. And does that constitute a letter from the mayor?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to be busy. Okay, Belinda, we just went through the information only package and it's just on the floor right now. Do you have any comments to those? And I did mention that I reached out to the new director at the Thunder Bay Municipal League to set up a meeting in January for us. And that if the time ever presents itself that Ted needs to step in for your place, that you would do the introductions for him at that time. Okay, if there's no other comments, I put that the acceptance of the information only package to a vote. Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And I.
That is carried, none opposed. Okay, the next item is committee board updates, council committee updates. So we'll do a roundtable of updates from council. I'll start with Councillor Drago Stefanik.
Thank you, Mayor. Real quickly, Porcupine Health Unit Board, as well as the Hornepayne Library Board, we're full board with meetings starting January of 2023. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. Councillor Belinda Kistemaker.
I don't have anything at this time. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Peter Kistemaker.
I don't have anything either, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Ted Sheneman.
And nothing here, Councillor, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. I do have a long list. I apologize, so stay tuned. There will be 2 formal reports coming on the next meeting from the Northern Directions Conference because a lot of things happen for our community at that conference. So we did have that forestry sector investment meeting that was mentioned in Eileen's report. And I look forward to finding more opportunities for Hornepayne. We had this great discussion on greenhouses, and Tom Kennedy is to reach out with us to make connections with Duff's greenhouses out in Alberta. The community recruitment and retention met on November 9th, and that was highlighted in Eileen's report as well. And I will be assisting the team by sharing a 1-page document on the benefit of LinkedIn accounts, and also share a few links on how to develop a professional social media plan. That information goes out tomorrow to the recruitment team. Would council like a copy of the social media information package? If you'd like a package, yes, Belinda, we'll just send it to you anyway. And if you don't want it, just disregard it. How's that? Good governance training with George Cuff. Hopefully we'll have follow-up training specific items that George raised. And we brought this to the Northeast Superiors Marriages Group as well. And if we could add Mr. Cuff to our Christmas card list. The Northern Directions Conference, the highlights. A key panelist off the first panel was unable to attend, which was unfortunate. And I was asked to step in to the panel, and it was called Reframing Healthy and Resilient Communities. The conference was really well attended, and from that panel, we made many connections. So that is part of the report that will come on the December 14th meeting. I just did not have time to do a report before this meeting. I also did lead the roundtable discussion on revenue generation, and I have to say our connection with Dan Bernard, Rural Development Network, has been great. Sorry, Eileen, did you need to? No? Okay. No? You're good? Okay. Thursday evening, I attended the 10th anniversary gala for Northern Policy Institute and sat with a good group of people from the city of North Bay. And I was able to make connections with their their economic development officer and 2 other members of their administration team. And I met the mayor of North Bay as well. And I also sat with the executive director of Indigenous Tourism Ontario, and he's my good friend, Kevin Eshkwagong. At the Northeast Superiors Mayor Group met on November 17th. We welcome back Her Worship, Beverly Natel from Duberville, and 4 new mayors to our group. And they are Ryan Bicknuckalo from Chapleau, Jeff Moffat from Manitouwadge, Melanie Pilon from Wawa, and Tara Anderson Hart from White River. At this meeting, we also talked a little bit about an issue that I heard about at the Northern Directions Conference, talking about settling on unorganized township lands that are privately owned in the outside of municipalities. So basically, council, what's happening, this is going to be the second report that will be coming to you next week or in 2 weeks. But you can look at this. It's called Medieval Villages. And basically what they're doing is they're buying a developer, or not a developer, a person, I guess, is buying up a parcel of land, say 600 acres, leasing that land out at half an acre to an acre each. And then people are settling on that land in these unorganized areas, and then using the municipality nearest them for all of their services. So I have reached out to ministers when I was down south, and I reached out to Danny Whelan at Phenom about this as well, because it would put a huge strain on our municipality if this was something to happen near us. And I did ask Gail to look if there was, private, large private property around our township, and I don't believe there is. But you will get a fuller report on that with more documents on December 14th. The Hallmark demolition discussion we had on November the 21st virtually. And I just want to thank everyone that attended, that we have to identify how we're going to fund this and who's going to project lead on this. But it needs to happen. I think the momentum from the province is there to make it happen. So at Advocacy Day with Good Roads, I was able to meet Mr. Michael Mantha, Jennifer French, Brian Saunderson, Sol Mamakwa, Andrew Dowie, John Yakubutsky, Goldie Gamari, and Rudy Gazuto, all for formal meetings. And I also met several MPPs at the reception, including Kevin Holland, the Minister of Forestry, Graydon Smith, and David Smith, which is an MPP, actually 2 David Smiths. There's 2 MPPs of David Smiths. The last 2 announcements that I have. is that I am now the third vice president of the Good Roads Association, and I am the first Indigenous board member and now the first Indigenous person on the executive. That media release went out today. I have done 2 interviews since then. I have a scheduled interview with Municipal World, and we're going to be featured on their podcast as well. And that's coming in a couple weeks. So we are creating a higher profile for Hornepayne. And I want to say that only because of this council and the staff behind am I able to do these things when I'm out of town. I am well prepared, and it's very easy to represent you all. I want to say that at the Northern Directions Conference, a fella named Matthew Grills came and approached me. He had been at a Saskatchewan conference on rural development and heard about Hornepayne there, and came and talked to us and gave us the contact for Anne Marie, who is our rural development coordinator for the Canadian government, and let us in contacts with that. So I did send out an email to Stacy and looking at setting up an appointment so that we can all meet and see what aligns with our goals and where we want to create economic development. But that's a shout out, I think, to all of us, from staff attending conferences to councillors doing their thing, getting our name out there and raising the profile of Hornepayne. And I can't say enough for everyone for doing that. The Hornepayne Housing Corporation met on November 16th after our inaugural meeting for this new term, and we meet again on December 12th. And I'm looking forward to working there. I am the chair of that committee. And Eileen, Gail, and Courtney. Courtney is our administrator at the Hornepayne Housing Corporation. We met with the team from ResCon talking about housing and building housing. And I think it's really interesting to being on the implementation team for the province that we're going to be allowed into all of these different meetings and learn a lot about how to build houses, not just for our community, but maybe even for our region. And that's it, except that I want to remind council that on our December 14th meeting, we will be having council commitments for conferences and to think about those things coming in the new year. And that's all I have. If there's any questions. There being none, I'll move on. Okay, we're on to new and other business. And we need to set a special meeting for the comprehensive user fee study. If I can get a mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Belinda Kistemaker. Second by
I'll second it.
Councillor Peter Kistemaker. Be it resolved that the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Hornepayne does hereby set a special meeting of council on Monday, January 9th, 2022 at 6 p.m. in a virtual meeting room for the purposes outlined below. Presentation and draft report by Hemson Consulting Limited, followed by open discussion regarding the comprehensive user fee and service charge review. Just a comment on the motion. If we were to have the laptop discussion that's coming later, and it was set up for in-person, could we change that to in-person, even though it says virtual on the motion?
Either, but just don't put if it's first in person.
So we should be able to do that because a hybrid meetings should be set up by then.
Yeah, if the hybrid meetings are set up, then it would be okay. I just wanted to make sure we weren't setting ourselves into one area. Okay, any discussion on that motion? Are you available, council?
Yes, Shannon
Yeah.
is.
I'm good.
Confirm.
Okay. Confirmed. Okay, we put it to a vote. Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And that is
Aye.
carried and opposed. Okay, our next item is 13.2, proposed council meeting dates, January to June 2023. So we have proposed dates for Tuesday and Wednesday. I talked with staff about this, of why we had two offerings. And after discussions with Eileen, it's become apparent that it may be easier to have council meetings on the Tuesday. I am not opposed to having them on the Tuesday. And this is coming about because the agenda packages need to be out by 4 o'clock on Fridays for a Wednesday meeting, and they have to be out by 4 o'clock on Thursdays for a Tuesday meeting. And this eliminates staff being there if it runs late on the Friday, which I am in agreement with. But I open up the discussion. We did try Tuesdays throughout the summer just because of my scheduling at that time. But I open up the floor for discussion, and then they'll bring back the resolution on December 14th. Councillor Stefanik, go ahead.
Yeah, I prefer Wednesdays, and to keep it on Wednesday if it's applicable to your work schedule. I'd like to see it fluid. Wednesday, I think it's a good time versus Tuesday. I know personally for me it is better. Thank you.
Okay. Peter or Ted?
I'm fine with either.
Either?
Same
Okay.
as me.
Either? Belinda, do you have a preference?
My preference is Wednesday, but I can go any day.
Your preference is Wednesday? Okay. Let's have a resolution made that we will have council meetings on Wednesdays with the proposed timelines. I will put forward that sometime in the new year, in the next 6 months, I have suggested to Eileen that we try a Monday. Monday would push it back that Wednesday at 4 o'clock, the agenda packages would come out. So I would like to try a three council meetings in a row for that, but that won't be in this this period. Okay, so moving on to the cemetery board terms of reference. Is there any items or comments on the terms of reference? And are we going to be passing the terms of reference again, Eileen, as that they were updated? Is that?
We'd adopt new ones.
Yes, we will be.
Okay, okay.
And also, I wanted to say are we talking about, all of them right now, or?
No, just 13.3.
Got it, sorry.
So is there any changes or items that you'd like to have changed on the terms of reference? And from staff, is there anything that we need changed?
Looks good to me.
Okay. Are we meeting our minimum requirement for meetings? Go ahead, counselor. Go ahead. Sorry, I'm just. Oh God.
Sorry, I was speaking and I didn't realize that I was on mute. It's one of those nights. Gail, want to add some comments for each for 13.3.
Okay, go ahead, Gail.
Okay, so when I was looking through, some comments first. So when you look at the cemetery, the purpose, so to review and make recommendations regarding the current practices of the cemetery, I think it looks fine. To ensure the bylaw is followed, I don't think that's appropriate for the cemetery board to be doing. That would be like a bylaw officer.
Yeah.
To ensure provincial regulations are adhered to, I don't really think that would fall under the purview of a board or a committee either. So I don't know what else we could add to that, if you want to add anything to that. And then under the scope, to keep the cemetery in good condition as per policies, I think might be better worded if it was help maintain, because even if the cemetery board as it is today even wants to do that, but I know in the past the board members would go up in the spring and do a weeding and a sort of a big clean right at the beginning of the spring. That hasn't been done for a long time. Well, not a long time, but since I've been around, I don't think in this chair, we just didn't have time to get around to it. And we set dates and then people couldn't come and it just didn't ever work out. But I think really it's a public works department and the Parks and Rec department's job to keep it as it's worded in good condition. To move projects and initiatives forward, I think is fine. To review expansion of the cemetery, I think that would have to be engineered and staff would have to work with whether it be the M&R or a consultant or something. I don't really think that a volunteer board would be doing that kind of thing. Like, I think we've learned a lot in the last 4 years about these types of things and some of the boundaries. And then to choose a new columbarium space when required, to me would be better worded to recommend a new columbarium space to council when required.
Yeah. Or
So,
I think the scope would be to approve, wouldn't the committee, wouldn't they make the recommendation to council? Like any approvals, like a recommendation of expansion or a recommendation of a columbarium?
yeah, they could. I mean,
like it wouldn't
yeah.
be them they would
No.
just. And
No,
would be,
no, it wouldn't be. And even with the expansion, I would think that we wouldn't have to rely, the township wouldn't have to rely on a board to recommend an expansion. They could recommend one, but hopefully we're not relying on, our community members to bring that to our attention.
yeah, for sure.
So I don't know. Those are just some of the things that popped to mind looking at things now a few years later.
Yeah. The other thing that I think for this board is was complaint too, right? Like because we had dealt with a few different complaints at the time.
We did, but I don't think that's really appropriate either.
So but where is there?
We have a complaint process, right? An online complaint process. Or it doesn't have to be online, but where everything. Yeah, it would just go to the cemetery department, and then that would be dealt with.
Okay.
I mean, I think if there was something that we thought the cemetery board could help out with or whatever, I mean, it could be, filtered that way.
No, I'm not saying not it. I'm just saying it happened in the past and it's not.
It did. No, it did. It did.
It's just, it was a big mess. Do we, are we required to have a minimum of 2 meetings per year?
This one is I'm not sure about that one because the cemeteries are governed by different, like their own legislation. And I did pull that up. It's like 60 pages or something. So I couldn't get through it quick enough to figure that out. But I think we used to have 4 meetings, like back when before I had this position, I believe there were 4 meetings a year scheduled.
I would be willing to put it at the minimum. Like if it's an annual meeting to discuss and make sure and.
Okay. So I'll double check that legislation. And then I don't know if there's anything else or if you agree with that or disagree with what I said, and if you want to add anything else that you can think of. And the reason we're kind of bringing these now is because we need to advertise for the public positions, like the community positions. So it would be nice, and all of these committees, well, I think that's all written somewhere, but all these committees, of course, have been dormant, right? Because of COVID and it just didn't happen. So if we're going to reestablish them and get them going in the new year, if we could advertise after the December 14th meeting for the positions, that would be great. It would just, get the committees going earlier in the year. If we're not ready for that, well, then we'd have to adopt them at the first meeting in January and then advertise in January. And it probably won't be till, mid-February or something until you start up. So depending on what you want for a timeline.
Right. Well, I'm not, so Peter, are you anxious to meet with the cemetery board?
Not that I'm not ecstatic, but I'm okay for waiting.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so I don't have anything to add to that. Peter, do you have anything to add to that?
No, I'm fine with everything.
Okay. So we have the center, is that enough information, Gail, moving forward with the cemetery board committee?
If there's no more input, we can revise as we talked about.
Okay, okay. Resolutions from number 2019-73, 2019-74, Center of Ontario Ad Hoc Committee. I refer to Councillor Drago Stefanik on this. And first, do you have any suggestions, Drago? We don't really even have a terms of reference, so we should build one.
Yeah, I agree with you, but the rest is pretty standard. So it's fine as it stands, but yeah, we should build that. Correct, I agree with you.
Okay, I lost Eileen's camera. Okay, Jennifer, in the background, you're still recording resolutions and comments. Oh, Eileen's back arrived. Okay. Oh, there we go. We lost you.
I'm so sorry. That was my mistake.
We're having a wild night, aren't we? Okay, so Drago just finished saying that yes, we do need a terms of reference. So I don't think that's something we're going to meet tonight. The requirements of that. Go ahead, Gail.
So I just wanted to say that the way the procedural bylaw is written is and the way this committee was an ad hoc committee, and the ad hoc committees don't require terms of reference, but maybe it shouldn't be an ad hoc committee because it's actually, you know, as we move forward, it's going to be an ongoing entity. So maybe it actually needs to be reestablished as a standing committee. And you know, then a terms of reference developed. You know, a standard is same as the other committees.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. It should be not an ad hoc at this point, because it's going to be directly related with our rebranding, and we're praising ourselves and preaching it to the world that we're the geographical center. So
I do have a few comments, if you don't mind, just for consideration on what's listed here. So the first one to be liaison with Bill's, I don't see why that couldn't stay there if that's council's choice, but to establish marketing, advertising, publicity, including media, I think that falls under the purview of the economic development officer to do, you know, marketing, rebranding, that kind of thing. Or should we end up hiring a professional to do that type of stuff? I think that still falls under that job description. And then the admin staff would do the posting to social media and all that kind of stuff. Again, I don't think volunteers should be expected, and neither should they be doing the jobs of staff. To seek and assist with funding and grant opportunities, to me, it should be to seek funding and grant opportunities, but not to do the applications. To design a financial structure, I think this should fall under the purview of the treasurer. And to reach out to organizations within the community, I think that needs to be defined. What are we reaching out for? And to work in conjunction with the Hornepayne Economic Development Corporation. I had a recent discussion with the chair of the HEDC, who indicated that he is intending to call a meeting to see if they want to hold the organization, which would mean the 2 HEDC seats would need to be changed to community seats, or however council would like to handle that.
okay, so we definitely, I think the composition of the board is still good. We just need to change up the HEDC to 2 community members. And I refer to Drago on that. I think you want a few more voices at the table.
I concur with you, Mayor Ford, as well. It was the CEO Gail. The key to establish marketing, that's going to be crucial in any event or a activity, that's going to be the crucial, is going to drive the whole project once it's done. So that has to be nailed down very, it can't be haphazard. I agree, the EDO but it has to be done. It can't be hit and miss basis, and that commitment has to be made to the, if you're going to call it a standing committee, because that's crucial to success of that committee. Thank
Well,
you.
if I may, I'm just thinking like, there's nothing wrong, I don't think, with getting input from the committee. But I don't think they should be tasked with doing marketing and,
I agree.
yeah.
Okay, so I guess from there, we would want a standard terms of reference to come forward with those players that would be had from the community and from council. And then establish when, like, the timelines that they're going to meet and that sort of thing. Or would the committee themselves, once they met, would establish some of that as well?
I think that council set the terms of reference for the other, like the waste management committee and the, well, the recreation committee, it's a long time ago, but the waste management committee is probably the most recent, or more up to date, maybe.
Okay, okay.
I don't know. I mean, maybe it doesn't have to be outlined. Maybe you could put that in the terms of reference that the committee will set the meeting schedule.
Yeah, like we can put the amount of meetings, but then they can set their meeting dates, like.
Yeah, I concur with that, Mayor Ford. It's crucial that committee decides themselves the availability. You just can't put down dates and all of a sudden 50% of people not be attending. So they are volunteering, so we try to appease all the people in the committee.
Okay, well, I'm in agreement with the suggestions you've made, Gail, for establishing a new, like a terms of reference for the Center of Ontario. And then basically, though, when we're looking at the terms of reference, we need like a vision. No, that's the horn. Sorry, I'm on the wrong one.
It'd be similar to
the waste management, right?
Yeah.
The scope and the authority.
Actually, the recreation committee one, I didn't read through the whole thing. I just read through the mandate. It's a bit longer than the other ones, but yeah, they should have a standard as well. They all seem to be sort of a bit different.
Slightly different.
Yeah, so we need to make sure they're all one standard. So the newest one is the terms of reference for the Waste Management Steering Committee.
You know what? I'd have to actually check back because there might have been an update to one of the others, so I'm not. But it's either the rec or the Waste Management Committee. I'm kind of thinking now that I'm looking at the the recreation one is longer. It's probably more inclusive.
Yeah, it was updated 2019. The other one was created 2016, I think. What did it say at the bottom? 2017. Yeah, so the Recreation Committee. Okay, I'm concerned about time tonight. And I don't see us getting out advertising by December 14th. That's kind of crazy and establishing this and getting that all done before Christmas. I'm wondering if we put this on our council meeting for the beginning of January. And we set up comment from council. If council has any comments on any of the committees that they'd like to see changed or that sort of thing, they do that in the background. And then we have the terms of reference brought to the first regular meeting in January. And then we can advertise.
So we just bring drafts. Well, hopefully they would be passed at that meeting, you mean?
Yes. And then we could have go ahead, Councillor Belinda Kistemaker.
Just one question. I know it's good to have these terms of reference set up before we even get started with our committees. But just one question, when the committees do get together and they do go over the terms of reference, if they do feel some changes should be warranted in how they're looking at it or planning for, are they able to bring that forward? So, or to maybe change those terms of reference if they find there's issues with them, or do we keep them status quo?
I don't know if you're asking me, but I think if you brought it back to council and asked for to be updated or amended, I think if council's in agreement, that's completely fine. But I don't know that council wants to give individual committees the authority to do that. Maybe they do, I don't know, but you know, you kind of.
I was just wondering. Yeah.
You can bring it back. And I was just thinking about the dates for so it's January the 11th. Doesn't give staff much time to do drafts up with the agenda package and everything for the 6th of January.
Actually, we were supposed to discuss that on the January 11th. We're doing training in Wawa.
Yeah.
On the 11th, all of us.
Right, yeah.
We were supposed to move that Wednesday meeting date.
So.
But so first, let's go back to so you're thinking the second meeting then, Gail, the 25th?
Well, realistically, yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
That's fine. We have training and different things to go through. So. I don't foresee us getting, meetings in January for our committee meetings. Do you want more meetings, council? No response. Okay.
Bring it on. Therefore, it's all good.
Thank you, Councillor Savannah. Okay, so this is my the comment period for the committee reports for updating the committee is done this year. Don't forget about this, council. Look at this, get them in this week, and they'll have your comments listed when they bring the draft report. So people will see what your comments were for each committee, or sorry, the draft terms of reference for each committee. And December, I guess the 20th or December the 16th could be the cutoff. That's a Friday. Okay, council, December 16th at 4 p.m. Your cutoff. Get your comments in, and then we'll have the draft terms of reference brought to our January 25th meeting, and then committees can start probably after we do our budget, because we're going to have so much happening. Is there any further comments on items 3.6, 13.6, 3.5, 3.4, or 3.3? Okay, there's being none. Is that enough direction, Eileen, for you and the staff?
Sorry, I do have comments on the other committee if they want to hear them or they want to wait.
Gail just mentioned that she does have comments for the other committees. If you would like, if council would like to hear them now, or would they like to wait, or
No,
they'd be included?
Let's hear them, because council might want those recommendations when they do their comments.
Okay, so for the Recreation Committee, again, for ensuring broad consultation with community stakeholder groups on recreational issues and opportunities. Just my question is, would a committee do consultation or just come up with a suggestion and the consultation ideas, that types of consultation or method of consultation and content that they think might be good to consult on, which would then be approved by council and carried out by staff? So that's just a question that I have, just, going back to, volunteer committees and, do they know how to do consultation? And, like it's, I don't know if that's the right place for it. And then again, filing applications for grants and funding. I think that duty belongs with staff, but they could certainly seek out funding opportunities and provide input, you know, if there's things that they feel they could add to the application. I think it's actually a staff function. And then with the rec committee, it's purchasing infrastructure and materials to enhance recreation opportunities with the community of Hornepayne. I'm not sure if committees should be making purchases. You know, should they even have a budget? I know this particular committee was granted a separate bank account with separate signing authorities and a budget, so I don't know if that's really appropriate. Additional ideas for what their purpose could be would be possibly to organize and run, if no organizations volunteer to do so, community events, you know, Winterfest, Canada Day, triathlons, or whatever they come up with, organize and run fundraising activities. And then with regard to membership in section 4, I'm just questioning if we need 2 staff members on some of these committees. If we do, we do. That particular committee has a Parks and Rec person and then a separate staff member to be secretary. You know, can one person do both or not? So just something to consider. And then if I can go on to the Waste Management Committee.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so under purpose.
Gail, I just want to say thank you for those comments. I appreciate them because I agree with staff time. Like, I don't think committees should be having that much staff time in the sense of having someone there.
Right.
And I also agree with the doing consultation. We saw what can happen in our community when we're doing public consultation. And I would be concerned about putting committee members in just maybe not a real safe situation in some things, depending on what they're consulting about. So.
Okay, thanks. Okay, so under purpose for Waste Management Committee, one of the bullets is to develop a new landfill site or expand the present site. So this study is almost complete and it looks like we'll be able to expand our current site. And actually we have a meeting on an aside. We have a meeting with the consultant on that tomorrow. So then he'll be bringing, I can't remember when he said he'd be bringing a report to council, but it's not too long from now. And then and also it's not up to a committee to develop a new landfill site or expand a site. They can, again, give input and suggestions. So under scope, it says to discontinue use of the existing waste transfer site. Again, that's addressed in the long range waste management plan or the draft report that we received. It's in there as a recommendation. There is a recommendation to close the existing transfer station and build a new drop-off point at the expanded site. So that obviously doesn't need to be in there. I'm just trying to say this is kind of taken care of through the long range waste management plan. And then to initiate, I added / continue and promote recycling efforts within the township limits to investigate, well, that was okay, to investigate various ways of extending the life of the landfill site. Any landfill site, anytime would be great. And to analyze cost comparison of contractor versus municipal management, that has been done also through the long range management plan. And there'll be a recommendation on that as well, I believe. And
so do we even need the committee then anymore?
Well, I think the committee was to help with recycling initiatives. And I mean, they could take on but they could help maybe with the food cycler project if the council continues to, if the funding comes through, and you know, things like more like that, I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Okay. And then other idea I had to implement, so this to me would be more in the purview, is to help implement the recommendations approved by council, from the long-term waste management plan. So i.e. any recycling initiatives that they could help out with, or I don't know exactly what that looks like, but I think that kind of fits it a little bit more. And again, I just commented on the 2 staff members and also the MECP. I don't really think they actually have to be a member of the committee. They would be willing to come and can be invited as a resource to any meeting that we had. If they are a committee member, it should be noted that it's a non-voting committee member. And you know what, there may be discussions there that you don't want a ministry person at, you know, so, well, you know, you don't know. And then. What's that?
So we're not hiding anything.
No, I know, but you know what, like it's just, sometimes you're just clear, right?
Yeah.
So, and then just the term concerned citizens, I don't know if we can just say community members, it just makes the other citizens seem unconcerned. Like, I don't know where that term came from, but I just think it's a bit funny.
It is. I can't even.
I know, I think where it came from.
This Drago, you were there too.
You know what? I think it came from distinguishing between like just a regular citizen and like a multi-res owner or a business owner. I think that was the kind of maybe why it happened that way. But looking back now, I think it sounds a bit off.
Yeah, it does.
Anyway, thank you for listening, and I will get out of the way.
Thank you, Gail. I appreciate. Oh, that was good. Okay, so take those comments, and council, we run the committees, we set them up, and we have to think of staff time. Are we utilizing the committee? And what is it actually going to be used for this term of council? So get those all in, your comments, and anything else within the terms of reference. And then the staff will have the material to bring them back to us. Laptops for hybrid committee meetings. Sorry. Laptops for hybrid meetings. Melissa, would you like to speak to your report before I need to stop talking?
I just have a few items to add. So we did receive the owls today. So me and Jen were pretty excited about that. And I forgot to mention in my report that we are going to have to rearrange the council chambers, the structure of the tables for the need of the owls. So I thought I would bring that to council's attention, but it's the only way that we can do it to meet the need of the hybrid system.
Okay. Okay, sounds good. Not to micromanage that movement of people and that sort of thing. Just to let you know that I do prefer when we're talking in person with council. I know at the one time we had all the councillors to my left. I'm not sure how it's going to be, but just when we're discussing, I prefer to see everybody. If that allows.
I think that we're going to have to set it up as a board meeting style.
Oh, okay. Okay, I have a couple questions on your report. For the laptops, can we get headphones and compatible headsets and stuff for them? So when we're using them on wherever, like outside of our houses and stuff? Is that?
Yeah, it would also fit within the funding, so I don't see a problem with that.
Okay, these are my questions I had for it. Can we still use our iPads? Are we still going to be able to use our iPads for reading? Like, is that still going to be access to us?
Is it okay if I speak, Eileen, or did you want to speak to that?
No, you can go ahead. Sorry, Melissa.
I was thinking that it would probably be best to use them both if council wanted to do that, because the iPads we don't have the agendas on we use digital agendas now, so it would probably be best to use the laptops for the live streaming and then using your iPads for the agenda.
Okay, perfect.
If everybody's okay to do that, but it's not necessary. Like if you can manage them both on one screen, that's fine. But that's what I was thinking personally.
Okay, great. Another question then is, are there funds remaining? Can we get updated keyboards? Like my case and everything for my iPad is damaged on one corner. Can we bring it in and get, if any of the iPads or anything need servicing, can we get that?
I'm gonna let Melissa speak to this report entirely. So Melissa, please feel free to answer any questions from Mayor Fort.
Yeah, I think that would also be fine, Mayor Ford. I just have to do some pricing on them to see if it is, if we don't go over our budget for the year. So yeah, I think that would also be allowable within the grant.
Okay. What, I had another question. Okay, the only other final question I have is bag for iPad and laptop. Do they come with a bag? Like, how are we carrying these things? Or
I
are
don't
they,
believe, oh,
are they staying at council? Sorry, Eileen, are they staying in council chambers or?
I don't believe that they stay in the council chambers, and I
Yeah.
don't think they come with bags or any of that stuff. So I think those would need to be purchased separately.
Okay.
So we can price those as well.
Okay, I just know for myself, I don't know how the other councillors feel. I know Drago does out of town meetings and that sort of thing. And when you're traveling, you need something to house them all, like your equipment.
Okay, I'll get some pricing in there. And if you have like something in mind that you're already looking at that could, like if you have something in mind, you can send it on over, or I can look, and doesn't matter.
Yeah, no, as long as it fits the laptop. I'm more worried about the laptop and then fitting in the current iPad.
Okay.
In one case, like even if we go down to council chambers, we're going to be moving this equipment back and forth, right? I don't know. And you could talk to the other councillors. Maybe they have their own bags. I just don't have one for this equipment. Is there any, I open the floor for council. Oh, go ahead, Councillor Belinda Kissmaker. I went and started reading the report again.
I already used my laptop for the meeting. Like tonight, I have the laptop for the so I can see you all, and then I use my iPad to get my minutes. So I use both already, and I carry a pack sack, which has a slot for your laptop and another slot for your iPad. Just to let you know.
So we're giving you another laptop to carry around. Oh gosh. Okay, so was there any other questions or comments from council? Is there any other tools, council, that you need? We do, I think we're all in this transition. We want to get to meeting back in person. And Councillor Drago Stefanik, go ahead.
Yeah, I have my own carrying case, so don't have to worry about me unless I'm fine. And yeah, I agree with Mayor Fort that the setup is ideal now, but do best as you can when you re-engineer the room, because it's a necessity to get back to reality and in person. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, I don't hear any further comments or any other needs, and you can, oh, sorry, go ahead, Melissa.
I just thought that while we're on the topic, there has been some discussion before about the Microsoft 365 package. So we were going to purchase it, like we've purchased it now for all of our staff, but council can either look at their email the way that they want to look at it right now on the web, or we can purchase a subscription for council as well to have the Word, Excel, Office whole package for the computers. But if council is not going to use the whole package, we don't want to purchase it for each individual council member if they're not going to be utilizing that. So if there are councillors who would want us to subscribe for that package, we would need to know that as well.
Okay, I know for myself, if I'm the only one, do I need a package? I know I'm going to need it because we ran into this already. Just for Word and you like doing things on the fly.
Sorry, can I just interrupt? I was just going to say, Mayor Fort, that you actually already have it now.
Yes, I have it on my iPad.
Yeah,
That's right. But I thought we were talking about our computers.
So it would be the same. It would transfer over.
Oh, okay. So I'm good. Okay. So council, it's up to you guys. Councillor Stefanik, go ahead.
I do not need one, thank you.
And is it just for one require, you have to buy it for all? Okay, so we don't further discussion then.
No, we would need a subscription for each individual person. So we would need to know.
Okay, okay. So you need to know if you need the Office 360 on your laptops. If you'd like, do you want time to get back to Melissa on that by Friday? Okay, so Belinda Kistemaker, Peter Kistemaker, and Ted Scheneman, get back to Melissa by Friday, okay? And I need to
Yes,
move.
thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
Good.
Councillor,
I'm good.
moved by Councillor Peter Kistemaker, second by Councillor
Scheneman.
Ted Scheneman. Be it resolved that council does hereby acknowledge receipt a report of CSMT 2022-2025 purchase of laptops as prepared by Melissa Chenier, Client Service Manager, Treasurer. Those in favor?
Aye.
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 Carried. That is carried. And I didn't have time to thank you, Melissa, for your report before I went into the motion. Thank you for that. So we're moving on to our bylaws. Bylaw number 1966-2023 borrowing bylaw. If I can get a mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor.
Stefanik?
Okay, moved by Councillor Drago Stefanik, second by Councillor Belinda Kistemaker. Be it resolved that the bylaw number 1966 being a bylaw to authorize the borrowing of money to meet current expenditures of the corporation of the Township of Hornepayne be hereby read a first and second time, be considered read a third time, and finally passed. And just for the sake of our new councillor, this is the borrowing bylaw of $1 million that we put aside just in case their expenditures. You heard me ask earlier in the meeting if we ever used it, and we haven't yet, so it's there for contingency. And I put that bylaw to vote. Those in favor?
Aye.
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 None opposed. Okay, moving forward with bylaw number 1967, a contribution agreement with the Federal Economic Development Agency for Northern Ontario. If I can get a mover and a seconder, please. Moved by
Scheneman.
Councillor Ted Scheneman, second by Councillor Belinda Kistemaker. Be it resolved that bylaw number 1967, being a bylaw, enter into a contribution agreement between the corporation, the Township of Hornepayne, and the Federal Economic Development Agency for Northern Ontario, FedNor, as represented by the Minister of Indigenous Service and Minister responsible for Federal Economic Development Agency for Northern Ontario regarding funding for an economic development officer for EDO for a 3-year term, be hereby read a first and second time and be considered read a third time and finally passed. Any further discussion on the motion? Or the bylaw? My apologies. And this is a happy day, right, Hornepayne? And I put that to a vote. Those in favor?
Aye.
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 And passed unanimously. Okay, motions, no notice of motions, there are none. We are going to be moving into a closed session of council. I would like to, at this time, council, pass a bylaw or a motion to move past 10 o'clock. Just in case we're in camera, I don't want to come back out of camera. And if I can get a mover and a seconder for that. And just for clarification for Councillor Scheneman, we have a bylaw that once we start a meeting at 6, we have 4 hours to complete it. If we were to go beyond that, we have to pass a motion to let us go beyond that time period of 10.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, so if I can get a mover, please. Moved by Councillor Belinda Kistemaker, second by
I'll second it.
Councillor Peter Kistemaker, that the Township of Hornepayne, if required, will go beyond the 10 o'clock hour this evening on November November 30th at this regular council meeting. Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I,
Okay, so we're moving into the closed session. If I can get a mover and a seconder, please. Moved by
Gentlemen,
Belinda Kistemaker, second by Councillor Ted Sheneman. Be it resolved that the next portion of the meeting at 9:30 p.m. be closed to the public in order to discuss personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, a proposed or pending acquisition of deposition of land by the municipality or local board, and advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications for that purpose. Pursuant to section 239(2) BCF of the Municipal Act 2001. Those in favor?
aye.
Aye.
I.
That is carried. Okay, council, I'll meet you in your closed session link. We did move to close the closed session, so we're at the business arising from the closed session, which we have the motion for the resignation. So I need a mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Belinda Kistemaker, second by Councillor
Shannon,
Ted Sheneman. Be it resolved that Council of the Corporation of the Township of Hornepayne does hereby accept with regret the resignation of Gail Jeremy, CAO Clerk, effective December 31st, 2022. Those in favor?
Aye.
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 That is carried, none opposed. Have our bylaw for confirmatory. If I can get a mover and a seconder, please. Moved by
Move it.
moved by Councillor Peter Kistemaker, second by Councillor
Stefanik?
Grego Stefanik. Be it resolved that bylaw number 1968, being a bylaw to confirm the proceeding of council at the regular meeting held on Wednesday, November 30th, 2022, be hereby read a first and second time, and consider read a third time and finally passed. Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And that's passed, carried unanimously. Adjournment, moved by Councillor.
I'll move it.
Second by Councillor Peter Kistemaker. Be it resolved that council does hereby adjourn this regular meeting of council held on Wednesday, November 30th, 2022 at 10:25 p.m. Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Aye.
That's our meeting's closed, and hopefully we don't start 2023 with